Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome wherever you are watching live around the world on A1R and Moonstruck TV. I'm the Urban Monk, and we're going to discuss again why thinking is killing you. As you can see, I'm by the sea. It's a bit of a heat wave in the UK, so I've moved myself to sunny Humberside, out on the street, doing a little bit of touring around. Basically, I want to touch on what we spoke about on season 1, which is attachment. Attachment is a form of identification which links us to the past. If we want to be present, we have to be rid of the past and don't worry about the future. If you think about it, anxiety and depression are all based about the fact that you are here, but you want to be there, looking for something to achieve in a future time, a time that doesn't exist. So clearly, identification is a big issue. What I mean by identification is, for those of you like myself that have children, we spend all our life making sure the child is okay, giving it its every need, until the point where it grows up and becomes kind of dependent upon us, when really we should be letting it find its own way in life, finding its own path, finding its own energy. But in terms of identifying with being a parent, and this is a personal thing, I know quite a lot of my clients and friends and family that have hung on to the child because without that parenting responsibility, they feel like they cease to exist. And that's quite an interesting concept, ceasing to exist. If you look at Eckhart Tolle's book, for example, when The Power of Now, when he woke up and said, I hate myself. Well, I and myself can't be used in the same sentence because one is a subject, one is an object. That would imply that there's two people living the same life. And I mentioned last time about the voice in your head that's not actually you. Well, that's the other part of I hate myself. I am life. That's it. My life sucks. It doesn't, because there is no my life. I am life. My life is an attachment to the existence that we have in an attempt to try and explain who we are. And we move forward and still hang on to this clingy parenting style. People do it with pets. Let's think about the pet dog, the family dog. How many people out there send a card to the dog, happy birthday from mummy, or happy birthday from daddy? We try and humanize the dog because it becomes a link with something that we can think about and care for and make sure it's okay tomorrow. Children are the same. Relationships are the same. If there's no space for you to exist in the universe, then we fill that space with wanting or needing or looking for something to identify with. That identification takes us away from being present. Present is the only time we've got. I keep reiterating that, and that's really what the Urban Monk is about, making sure people understand that we have to live in the present moment because that's all there really is. So we spend time dreading the day when the child qualifies from university or from college or from where it's going and moves away from the nest to better their own life. And we cling and cling and cling and try to do what we can to encourage or to even prevent that from happening because it makes us feel better about ourselves. If they leave, when they leave, it makes us feel devastated, and we suffer grief. We all know grief. And when a pet dies, we suffer grief. Now, is the grief because that person's gone or that animal's gone? Or is the grief because I no longer have a part in that person or that pet, that animal's life? Write that down. Interesting question. Because really, we need to let the child grow and spread its wings and make mistakes and be there to pick it up, pick him, her, them up, and help them learn to live and be a part of society. The ego is constantly trying to exist in ourselves by focusing on the present moment and making us do decisions or make decisions based on tomorrow or yesterday. The Eckhart Tolle calls it the pain body. So the pain body fights and fights and fights to prevent that child from leaving home. So really, you have no interest in the child's welfare. It's simply about you making you feel better about yourself. So if we stay in the present moment and accept that the child is going to go, the pet is going to pass away, we can then live our lives in the moment with total love and gratitude, which will emanate then to the child, and it will emanate to the animal. The focus on preventing progress for a child, an offspring, or a friend is simply holding you back, but also passing on that pain body, that ego, to your child. I know a client of mine who doted on her son, doted and wanted everything and anything to prevent him from leaving home. And because he would transgress or break the family rules or not do his chores, he would shout at her instead of her remonstrating with him for failing to do what she actually asked him to do. And in the end, it became a point where he was then controlling the parent. The parent was trying to be too much of a friend and not a guide or a parent. And he ended up being a misogynistic, narcissistic, woman-hating, nasty, nasty person. And it really wasn't his fault. It wasn't the parents' fault, but it was a case of both of them coming together and battling it out. And instead of taking charge and living in the moment and being present and accepting that she may not be his friend for that 24 hours, she went the other way and became more friendly with him. People that talk to the dogs like mummy's here and daddy's here and all those kind of things, they kind of tend to make your pet neurotic, or the dog will follow you around the house because it's got abandonment issues, or it needs to know that you're there. It needs to know that you're there 24 hours. But in the wild, it wouldn't be like that. And again, stealing from Eckhart Tolle, you don't ever see a neurotic horse or a neurotic cow. They just are. They live their life every moment in the moment. That's all they know. But pets take on human characteristics, human neuroses, human issues, because we think that that's how it should be. We look to pets for comfort. We look to pets for solace. And I understand that. But when we start humanizing the pet, it's as bad as allowing the child to demean you and rule the roost, rather than you taking control and making sure you pass on positive energy, love and nurturing, rather than the pain body that you're suffering in terms of, well, he's going to go, she's going to go, I'm going to be on my own, empty nest syndrome. This is the time that you have to accept you've done your role, you've done your job. Recently, I've started gardening and helping things grow and looking at getting my own sort of vegetables. And I know that I plant the seed, but I don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. Okay, that's a very important point. We plant the seed, but we don't disturb the soil to check whether that seed is actually growing and is going to achieve what we want it to achieve. And yet we don't do that with our children. You know, it's our responsibility to nurture, keep, safe, feed the child, make sure everything's okay, meet its needs, until there's a time when it's able to make decisions for itself. He, she, it, they are able to make decisions for themselves. And then it's time to draw back, time to hold off with the I'm your friend and you can talk to me like a piece of shit. Sorry, Dave. And get away with it, because that's passing on the ego that they think fighting is the right way. Arguing is the way to win a battle. Arguing is the way to get what I want, rather than trying to be at peace with themselves and live in the moment and let your energy vibrate the way it's meant to vibrate. Anxiety, depression, again, I've mentioned it before, the biggest killers in modern medicine today. We allow ourselves to get angry, the knot in the stomach, the body starts to vibrate, the energy starts to vibrate, the 10-second vibrations per second on the alpha right-hand side of the brain starts to get dysfunctional. We end up in a whole world of pain. The body then starts to vibrate at a depressed, anxious level, which we know, and I've said to you before, the universe vibrates at different frequencies in different dimensions. The happiness, the chimp paradox says, put it in a box or give it a banana. Okay, these thoughts are okay as long as we don't identify with them. And in finishing, I'll mention this to the new viewers and new followers. For a number of years, I don't care to remember, I was a functioning alcoholic. I was going to work drunk. I couldn't cope with life. I was a total mess. I still drink today. I'll have a pint, I'll have a bottle of wine, because I don't identify, but there's no attachment to being an alcoholic. It sounds simple, but I hear it said that once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, and I don't believe that, because I'm living proof that I was in a real mess. Lost 2 relationships because of drinking, and then following my epiphany and my road trip, I just quit. I quit thinking that I was an alcoholic. I quit having the attachment to being an alcoholic. I quit the identification with being an alcoholic. So if you identify as a parent, good for you. But try not to make that your sole purpose in life. You know, the child is going to go. You've got a life to live after that. Love them, embrace them, and try and teach them when they've left how to be a decent human being. Don't pass on your pain body or your ego to them. Okay, I'm getting the word from Dave that time's up. I could go on. I'm on a bit of a rant today. It's the sunshine by the beach in Humberside. So I'll wish you well, and I look forward to seeing you all next week. Take care.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers. Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is having a good day so far. Robin Wolf here, as you probably already know. Evidential medium, psychic, and animal communicator and mentor. Here to help if anyone wants a reading today. And while I'm waiting for somebody to come on for a reading, I wanted to talk about butterflies today. Did you know that butterflies have always been a symbol of bearers of emotional truth and huge transformation and transition? Now, transition doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. It could mean transitioning from one job to another or one partner to another. But the colors of butterflies mean something different. So while I'm waiting for a caller, I thought I would just talk about it for a minute. So a yellow butterfly can represent joy, renewal, and good news. Okay. Black is not necessarily bad. It's just a symbol of transformation. White is a representation of purity, but what I love about it is new beginnings. It symbolizes the gentle unfolding of new life paths, which I think is awesome. I don't usually see white. I usually see red. And a red butterfly indicates passion and vitality, desire and power. And with that, I am going to take a caller, Linda in Australia. Lindy, sorry. Hi,
Hello.
Linda.
Yes, that's okay. Hi.
How are you? How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. It's midnight. It's like nighttime over here.
Oh, okay.
In the middle of the night.
Right. You're opposite of me. Well,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
how can I help you today?
Oh, okay. Well, I've got so many questions. So can I just sort of get you to sort of guide me for the next 6 months?
Sure. Let me see what I come up with. I'm using a mixture of tarot cards and also my own psychic wisdom, so to speak. So while I'm shuffling the
Thank you.
cards, while I'm shuffling, just if you can just concentrate and focus on yourself. Try not to think about anything else. And I'll be right with you. I'm just shuffling.
Okay.
Okay. So over the next 6 months, I do feel like you're going to be a little bit more guarded than normal. And when I say guarded, I mean maybe your boundaries are going to be stronger, which I feel like you need to do is have stronger boundaries, do more for yourself. But I also feel like over the next 6 months, you're going to be helping other people as well. So I feel like the boundaries come in to don't exhaust yourself while you're helping those people. Don't give your energy away. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I was wondering with my parents are going to need me, like they're in their 80s and I live interstate away from them, whether they're going to need me to go and look after them. I just was wondering if that was something that you can see.
Okay. So what I'm seeing is, yes, you will be helping them. but I feel like this is where the boundaries come in. I feel like you will be around them. I don't know how far they are from you, but you will be helping. But make sure you have your
They're
boundaries.
far away.
I'm sorry?
Okay. They're like about 3,000 miles away. Like it's just like
Okay.
I'm
So you
just
may
wondering if I'm
be,
going to leave where I are.
I don't feel like you're
Like look
going to
after them.
leave. No, I don't see you moving, but I see you
Oh,
partnering.
not moving, but just maybe. Sorry?
You'll visit them, but I feel like you're going to
Yeah.
more partner with a nurse or somebody that's going to be there to help. So I do feel like you're going to be helping, but you're not going to be there helping all the time. There will be someone you'll be talking to and partnering with, is the feeling I get. But this is where the boundaries come in. You can only do what you can do, because I'm assuming you have a job and I'm assuming you have a family of your own. So you are going to have to balance it and stand on your, stay standed, have that boundary, if that makes sense. Does that make any sense to you?
I don't have, well, do you think that they're going to need me in the next 6 months?
I don't feel it. I feel like they're going to need you, but not to live there. I feel like they still want to take care of themselves. They want to stand on their own. They may ask you for things that you're not ready or not able to give, but you will travel to see them in the next 6 months. You're not going to stay there,
I will.
but you will travel.
Yeah, I will do that.
But your strength is what's going to help them stand on their own 2 feet. You will probably talk to them every night or morning or whatever, whenever you talk to them. But your strength is what's going to guide them. You have to be strong and stand strong, because your words are going to help them. Does that make sense?
Okay. And yeah, it does. Because I've got a son living in London, and I was thinking of going to visit him, but I'm wondering if my parents would need me, and I won't be able to do that.
Okay, so you want to see whether you can go to London?
Yeah, I was going to go in March to see my son. I was just wondering if my parents might need me at that time.
Okay, let me look at that. I'm getting a yes, you can go to see your son. Again, I feel like you're going to have a safety net in place for your parents, meaning a nurse who's going to come every once in a while, or somebody that you're probably going to hire for them to help. But yes, I do see you going to London to see your son. I feel like you both need each other right now. Maybe not right now, but in March. I feel like you will be going. But I also feel like you're going to need to do your research on people who can be there as a safety net for your parents. So that
So you think
not because they're going to need it so much, but so you don't have to worry. Does that make sense?
Okay. I don't worry about them at the moment, but they're getting older, and
I mean, I don't think anything. I'm not getting that any major thing is going to happen to them in the next 6 months. And in fact, I'm not hearing that anything major is going to happen in the next year with their health. I feel like they're pretty lively folks. And I feel like they do things to take care of themselves. But again,
they're quite independent.
Yeah. But again, I feel like, you will, your daughter, you're going to worry. It's normal. And I feel like you should just have safety nets in place just in case. And it is just in case, because it's so you don't have to worry while you're in London. if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And my daughter, I have a daughter who, do you think she's going to bring her children up in Australia?
Let me look. Just think about that for a quick moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would you understand that your daughter is worried, concerned about finances right now?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a new beginning for her. I do see her concerned about money. I don't see her wanting to make you worry about it. But I do see her thinking right now about moving to be closer to you so that you can see your grandchildren and she can see you. So she's thinking seriously
Well,
about it.
She is close to me now.
Oh, okay. So where would she be moving?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, her children are half Balinese, so I was thinking she might go to Bali.
Oh, I'm not seeing her moving to Bali. She might visit a lot, but I'm not seeing her moving. I'm seeing her worried about money.
You see her
not
based in
wanting-
Australia.
Yeah, I don't see her
Do
wanting-
you feel like I'm in a position financially to help her now?
How you can help her is by listening to her. I don't know if you're in a position to offer her finances, but I don't think she wants you to give her any finances. She wants to do it on her own. So she's trying to figure out how to do that. But she doesn't want to move away from her mom. You are, how can I say, you are the person who is strong for everyone. And you're the matriarch of the family. You keep everyone together. And she doesn't want to lose that. She does have some sleepless nights. She is worried, but I don't feel like they're going to move. They might go back and forth, but I don't feel like they're going to move.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. So, yeah, because I have considered giving them money, but you just don't know how much you need yourself. So it's sort of going to wait until
So she will ask
my parents and then
yeah. I mean, I feel like she will ask if she needs it, or you might give her a gift, give the kids a gift. But I don't feel like she's there yet. Like she's worried, but she's not, how can I say, she's not freaking out about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So she's still not got that personality. She's not like got any greed in her body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she doesn't need to move in with you. She can still stand on her own.
Oh, no.
And she has ideas of how to make extra money. And I feel like she's strong, just like mom. We have 60 seconds.
She is strong.
So I will wrap it up. But I do feel like she's strong like you. And she takes after you. And she will do whatever she needs to do for her family.
So just like my other daughter, will she get married next year?
I'm feeling like, yes, she's going to get married. If it's next year, it will be the end of 2026, not the beginning.
Okay.
Is what I'm getting.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, and I wish you the best. And I'm also getting, the finances will not be an issue.
My finances?
Yes, I'm going to leave you with that, and I hope you have a great evening.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Site with Jax Potter. Jax Potter. Live from the psychicsite.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, it's Jax. We're in Brisbane, Australia today. Today we're going to do what do we want to do? We're going to take some calls. I'm really drawn today to talk a little bit about grief. It's been coming up all week in the sessions that I've been doing with people. It's been coming up in my life. It's been coming up all around me. And I think it would be beautiful to talk a little bit about grief as in not just losing people, but grief as in losing parts of ourselves if we've decided to move into different chapters of our lives. Grief as relationships change, grief as we change, grief as when we do lose people in our lives. So if you want to talk a little bit about grief, call in. I'd love to chat to some people. We can talk about absolutely anything you want to talk about, but I'm really drawn to focus on grief at the moment in all ways, and the beauty of grief too, not just grief as a burden, but the beauty of grief in helping us move into new chapters and release old parts of ourselves and old stories that no longer work for us, old narratives that we don't need to hold on to. That's a massive part of this human existence, is allowing ourselves to pivot, to release old versions of ourselves, to release things or people or places that no longer work for us. And as incredible as that can be, sometimes there comes a lot of grief with that. Even when we're excited for new chapters, even when we're excited to do things differently, sometimes the pain of having to let people go or let things go or let past versions of ourselves go can be really overwhelming. So if you're experiencing any of that, please be so gentle with yourself. Please trust that you will continue to grow and change and shift in the most beautiful ways, but do not force yourself in any of it. Okay, let's do a little card pull before we take some calls. I'm so interested to see what will come through. I'll do a little collective reading with this. Oh, this is beautiful. Spirit of the tree, nature, priestess, inner peace. If you are in need of a lesson, there is wisdom in the trees. What this means is nature. And such a beautiful reminder that when we get caught up in uncertainty or grief or overwhelm or any of those really heavy, gritty emotions that we feel, connect in with nature, take yourself outside, remind yourself that there's far greater world than what you're experiencing within your mind, because our minds can be really, really powerful. Our minds are really powerful, but our minds can certainly overtake sometimes. And we have over 70,000 thoughts a day. 70,000. Most of them are nonsense. Most of them are conditioning. Most of them are old narratives or fears or things that we've believed about ourselves for decades and probably no longer really believe, but we've just held on to it for so long. So when your mind is busy, when your mind is consumed with fear or grief or overwhelm, take yourself outside, allow yourself to reset a little bit, and allow yourself to remember the enormity of the universe in the most beautiful ways, that things change and that things can change in an instant, and things do change in an instant, which is a blessing and incredible. And sometimes we need that little reminder. Okay. What else is coming through? I just really want to tap into what I'm being shown at the moment. I'm being shown someone sitting underneath a tree. And actually, do you know what I'm being shown? the beginning scene of the original Alice in Wonderland, one of the early scenes where she's sitting under the tree and she's starting to fall asleep. This is before she goes into Wonderland. Oh, I know I'm being shown that. It's so gorgeous. To remind you that reality is not always as it seems. There's so much going on behind the scenes in the universe. There's so much going on behind the scenes in the cosmos. And as Alice heads into Wonderland, she gets these different perspectives and these different reminders of how incredible and vast the universe is. So allow yourself to remember that everything right in front of you at the moment is not always as it seems. It can change. It will change. If it feels difficult, remind yourself that it will change. Okay, let's take some calls. Phyllis, are you there, my love?
Yes. Yes, I am. How are you? How are you?
I'm so great. How are you?
Great.
Do you have any questions that you wanted to ask specifically?
Yes, I have a daughter that I was supposed to start to get close to again, but now she's pulling back. I'm wondering why.
Why? Okay. She needs to sort. They're showing me things being put into different categories. So she needs to sort some things out within her own mind. This will change. This will shift again and you'll come back. But when you come back closer again, it is going to look different to the last time that you started to get close again. But this is a positive thing. So they're telling me to remind you that it doesn't need to look the same. In fact, it's better if it doesn't look the same and doesn't feel the same, because it means that you've both grown and that you've both shifted perspectives a little bit. At the moment, she's trying to sort of sort things in her own mind and shift her own perspective, and she just needs a little bit of time to do that for herself. How old is she?
Oh, she's about 50.
Mm-hmm. Do you know why I asked? Because it's like she's had these, it really feels like she's just stepping into her own self. And that's not a criticism. We all grow in different ways and we have different life experiences, but it really feels like she's just stepping into her own. And what I mean by that is trusting herself a little bit more, understanding herself a little bit more. And she just, I'm being shown tree roots. So she just needs to ground into that root, into that trusting herself and understanding herself more, and then you'll be able to reconnect. But the reconnection will feel very different and look very different. But I'm actually thrilled for you that it is going to be different, because you're both ready for it to be different.
Okay.
There's nothing you need to do at the moment. There's nothing you need to do with her at the moment. Just allow that to happen as it is. Your team is asking you to connect in with them more. So talk to me a little bit about how you connect in with your own guidance. I mean, you know your intuition is super strong, but how do you connect in with your spirit team?
I don't.
Okay. Would you like to?
I would.
Yeah, I think it would be, well, I know it would be amazing for you, and they're asking you to connect in a little bit more. Let me just check in, because it's different for everyone. Everyone finds different methods. Some people find it through meditation, but that doesn't feel right for you. So let me just check in. Do you know what? It's walking for you. Like slow walks, even if it's just around your local area, just walking allows you to come out of overthinking a little bit and connect more in with your spirit team. So you can literally ask them questions throughout the day. You can say, please show me signs, please give me answers, please. They're asking you to ask them for more support and more guidance, which will be amazing.
Okay.
Do you go for
Great.
walks?
I do. I do walk a lot.
Perfect. When you're walking, make that your really intentional time. Like that's my spirit team time. I'm going for my spirit team walk. That's what I'm doing. So be really intentional about how you do it. Let me just check in with what else they're saying, because there's more to this. Hold on. This probably feels like a long time ago, but do you remember what was going on for you when you were about 18?
Yes.
Yeah. They're asking for some reflection on that time, around 18, 19. They're just asking you to do a little bit of reflection because there's some heart pain, like some heartache around that time, or heaviness around that time. And they just want you to reflect, even if you just do, write a little bit about it or spend some time reflecting on it. There's just a bit of heart stuff going on there that would be great for you to release that and move forward from that.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Do you want me to clarify a little bit more on that, or do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. If you spend a bit of time, I just don't want to sort of throw all your stuff out there for everyone to hear. So that's why I'm being a bit delicate with it. But spending some time reflecting back on that is going to be so powerful for you, and is actually going to allow you to connect into your spirit team more easily.
Okay.
Yeah. You deserve this, and connecting in. Sorry, yeah, please go.
I have a granddaughter that's in a very bad relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Are these two kids going to stay together?
No.
I hope not.
They're not giving me time frames, and they're very clear in saying this is not for anyone else to intervene or to do anything about. This is very much allow this to play out as it is, because it's giving her predestined growth. So this connection was already organized so that she would learn a lot about herself, because she's rapidly learning a lot about herself in this. But this is not long term, and as she moves forward from this, when this ends, she's got so much more lightness and so much more opportunity for really peaceful love. But at the moment, this is where she is. No one intervening is going to support in any way, as in it won't help her. She won't listen to what anyone's saying. It's not going to change the situation. So it kind of just, all you can do is provide support and love, and it will play out as it's meant to, but she won't stay there. She will be okay in the long term. She will be okay.
Okay. Okay, good.
And you'll look back
thank you, ma'am.
And you'll and be able to see why it's happened and see how it's changed her and helped her to evolve. It's just really hard for you at the moment to see her in that situation, but it is changing.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Okay, we've got John.
Hello.
Hey, John. I've got a fellow Aussie. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm so great, thank you. What would you like to talk about?
I've had nothing but knockback and knockdown since 2023. I think it was June, July, and the last one has left me. I was in a pair of shorts and a broken phone. Absolutely nothing left. I just wanted some guidance and some foresight into where to go and what's happening next. I'm so lost.
I'm so sorry it's been so heavy. There's quite a bit I want to talk to you about. I might jump a little bit all over the place just because I'm being shown different things, but it will all come together and make sense. I actually want to start with 2021. What was going on there for you?
20.
Sorry, on an emotional level. So we don't need to delve into mental health.
2023 it all went to...
Yeah, but before that, so where were you emotionally?
I was struggling with my sexuality.
Got it. That's what it is. Because I'm like, there's this emotional battle going on, and then everything's kind of, as in your words, fallen apart since then. Okay. That battle that you were feeling with your sexuality. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's been an intense 5 years for you, 5 or 6 years for you. Not just since 23. It's been a lot.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we talk a little bit about that battle with your sexuality and just what was going on for you in 21? Do you mind? Are you happy to speak about that?
Oh, please, no. I'm open to hear everything that I could possibly get. Thank you.
Perfect. I just want to respect your boundaries. Okay. So with that battle in 2021 and how you were feeling about your sexuality and everything, if we take out everything else that's happened in your life, how are you feeling about that now? Are you in the same headspace with it, or are you feeling very different with it?
No, I'm more proud of who I am now, but it's still semi-lost, really.
Okay, so that's what I'm picking up on, is that You've done a lot of, yeah, it's so hard, especially when you're trying to do, this is why they're showing me straight back to 2021, because you've been so intentional about doing a lot of healing work. So not just working, understanding your sexuality, but you've been working on some trauma from your past and past relationships. You've really done so much self-reflection, so much of your own healing work. I can see that you've tried to take guidance from other people and support from other people. And this is another reason why you're so exhausted, because that's been going on for so long too. So it's not just the last couple of years of hardship. It's been this really long process of you learning to really like yourself and to really honor who you are in this lifetime and trust that that's okay to be exactly who you are. That's been such a long, arduous process for you. And I just want to give you credit for that, because it has not been easy for you. And I can feel I feel teary talking to you now. I can feel how hard that is.
Trust me, so am I. Sorry.
It's not been an easy
resilience, that's for sure.
It has. And if we even look back to your younger years, this has not been an easy lifetime for you at all. It's not as though it's been easy and then it got tricky the last couple of years. It's always been a challenging lifetime for you. And can I give you a bit of an explanation from the spirit realm about why? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Beautiful. Okay. So the way I get shown our soul decisions, so the things that we come here deliberately to learn. So a lot of the human experience happens as just, we learn organically through the different things that happen, but a lot of our experience is already predestined. We sign up for particular people that we meet. We sign up for particular challenges because they really help us grow on a soul level. So when we're in our soul form, we sign up for these experiences and it feels incredible because we think, okay, the more challenging, the more deep it is, the more challenging it is, the more extensive these experiences are, the more I'll grow on a soul level. And then we get here and we forget that. And it is wild to have this human experience because it's so much harder than what we anticipate. There's so much more, there's so much more depth to it and so much more nuance to it than what we anticipate. So it can be exhausting. And your team are saying that in soul form, we were so excited to come here. And the way they're saying it is, and choose a different path to most. And that's in a beautiful way. That is a really, really beautiful thing, but it's not an easy thing to choose a different path than most. And what I mean by that is you think differently to other people, and you do. You've got this brilliant brain that perceives, the way they're showing me is you perceive things far more easily than what most people perceive things. Does that make sense to you? Like you can pick up on things before, someone might come, like you might be in a situation for months and no one else has recognized, but you're already like, okay, this isn't working. I perceive there's something's going to go wrong in this situation, or there's something happening with this person. Nobody else picks up on it. And then months later, everyone realizes that that's what's happening. And you've already known that for months. So you have this, your brain has this brilliant way of perceiving things differently to other people. It's a gift. So this is what they want to really talk about, is this is a gift of yours, but it is felt like a challenge because your brain is different to how a lot of people operate. Obviously, there's sexuality that you've been working through. I know that you've experienced some trauma, and I won't dig too deeply into that on air, but you've experienced a fair bit of trauma in this lifetime. And there's all of these things that have been so challenging for you. But what your spirit team want to say is it is these things that are actually make you the most incredible human that you are now, because you have this capacity to empathize with people so powerfully and so beautifully. You really do. But you're also very guarded when you need to be and when you are unsure of people's intentions. But when you trust people and when you are around people with really, particularly around people with very strong spiritual connection, like psychics, people who are really tapped into their spirituality and their spiritual connection, you are brilliant at empathy. Yeah, Britt, you really understand those people, the people who have a lot of depth and who have done a lot of healing work and who don't have a lot of ego battles. You really empathize and you really understand. And that's an incredible quality. And your team is asking you to recognize that more about yourself, because the more you can recognize that you have these beautiful gifts of empathy, especially for people who are psychics and healers and warriors, people who have had a lot of trauma and have pulled themselves out of that trauma. You have this incredible gift of working with those people. So they're asking you to really be proud of that, but also really focus on that a lot more than what you have been, because everything's been so hard for a couple of years. It's like you're so, understandably, you're so busy just trying to get through each day and just trying to get to, to the next day and just trying to make everything okay. They're asking you to not disconnect from the real world, but remember that you're a soul being having a human experience, and you don't need to stay in the humanness all the time. You can check out sometimes, whether that's through meditation or visualizations or finding your strategies where you connect into your higher self. Do you know what I mean by that? How to connect in with your higher self?
Yeah, I normally wander into the forest or sit by the beach.
Perfect. You're being asked to do that because that's is your balancer and your grounder. And the more that you do that, you will then be able to find the strategies that are going to help you in your day-to-day life, in your human existence, in your day-to-day life, because you have such a strong connection to the spirit realm. They're trying to support you and guide you to tap into your higher self-knowledge so that you can make different decisions. I really want to reassure you that all of this is nothing that you have done wrong. That's why I've spoken to you about this. Is you signed up in this lifetime for significant, what we see as challenges, but on a soul level, it's just incredible growth and incredible expansion. What they're saying is, what are we now? August 2025. I'm being shown January 27. So I know that feels like a long time away, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. The beginning of 27. Do you know what I'm actually seeing you? I know you're on the Gold Coast, but they're actually showing me Sunshine Coast, hinterland, sort of further up from that and further up north from that. They're showing me you spending some time there, meeting new people.
Cairns has been calling for years for some reason.
Yes. That's what they're telling me. So from Sunshine Coast hinterland upwards, like up north, so I'm being shown like Mackay, Port Douglas, Cairns, all of that kind of thing. There are soul connections there for you. No wonder you're being called to that, because there are people, as I said to you, your brain works differently to most, but it's incredible. But there are people up north for you who get you, who inspire you, who will connect with you so well. And you, for the first time in this lifetime, will just be spending time with people where you're like, oh, this is me. These are my people. I can say what, because there's things that you want to share. You have so much wisdom. You have so much wisdom. You know this. There's things that you want to share, but you haven't found your people that you can share that with. Even if you tried to share it online, it's not being received. Even if you're trying to talk to people around you, it's not being received. And you're like, I've got all this knowledge and all of this esoteric wisdom as well as, earthly wisdom, and it's not being received. It's not because it's not brilliant. It really, really is. It just hasn't been your time yet, because you had to do some past lifetime karmic stuff and you had to do some healing in this lifetime. But by January 2027, I suspect it'll be a little bit before that, but by then you're settled. And oh my gosh, I can see this big grin on your face. It's you. It's what you've been craving.
I think I'm going to go on a flight today.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. Even if you just spend a bit of time, if you can't spend all your time there at the moment, fly back and forward, do road trips, fly there, visit there, because that is that's why you're so drawn to it. From that energetic perspective as well, it is where you belong, and you already know this, and your people are there. I keep seeing you talking to groups of people.
For years it's been calling me, I had no idea. Cairns.
I'm so excited for you, because that's where it is. So it's sort of from Sunshine Coast up north. So I don't know whether you're sort of will be based in Cairns and sort of moving a little bit around. It's incredible. And it's going to feel like you are in a completely different life, because for the first time in this lifetime, you get to share that knowledge that you have, and you get to share the wisdom that you know that you're here to share. You have that deep knowing of, there's a reason I know these things. There's a reason I want to talk about these things. but you haven't been able to find the outlet for it. It just hasn't been the right time, but you're so close to this and it's going to feel incredible for you.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I'm so thrilled. Is there anything else you wanted to ask before we jump off?
That was just about everything I could see. Thank you. Like, yeah, it's my question I can. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
And
Please
I'll keep
be
up with
so
my
proud of
healing.
Keep going with your healing. I mean, this human journey is, constant evolution. But allow yourself, the other thing they're saying is allow yourself, keep going with your healing, but allow yourself to move now. And I know it's tricky when the external situation is not the same, but allow yourself to move into a little bit more playfulness now as well. So have moments where you just, like, I can hear it in your voice and I can feel it in your energy that, this feels really exciting. I'm looking forward to this. Allow yourself more moments of playfulness because there's such a massive change coming through over the next year or a year and a bit. Oh, well done. Well done for everything that you've done and well done for the way that you've really honoured yourself. Yeah, you deserve it. It's
I
been
keep
really
smiling and I keep making people smile. Just push along.
And you're doing it beautifully. That's why you now get to meet your soul people, because you've done all of that inner healing and that reflection. And now it's time for your people and for they just said coming home. That's what it'll feel like, coming home.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm going to be able to breathe and just go,
That's exactly what it is. Oh, it's going to feel like you can breathe. All right. I'm so excited for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your help.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Love from Australia to you in America.
All right. I'll talk to you. Bye. Take care. All right, everyone. Thank you for an amazing show. I'm so excited and I'll see you next week. I'm excited to do this again and to talk about what's going on for everyone. As you can, take some time to reconnect with nature, to tap into your inner knowing because you are far more strong and wise than you are giving yourself credit for.
Visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit's strength fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium, fully grown. I rise,
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Voroscope. Live from NewWorldServices.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Supernatural Living on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I do want to mention something that happened recently. You know, I always like to share a story. So I was doing a mediumship gallery reading. So mediumship, obviously connecting to our loved ones. Gallery reading would be with about 10 people in one room. And whatever messages come through, I guess we just find out who belongs to who, that kind of thing. So it requires a tremendous amount of trust, right? So with going forward and doing that, I give what I get as a medium. That's it. Just, I'm a translator, share that information, and that's it. So one of the first messages that I got was actually from a dog who had crossed over. Anyone goes, our pets, everyone. So I'd gotten this message with a full description. Here he is, here's his mannerisms, this is what he looks like, and this is what he's joking around. These are his memories, and this is how you would know him. And okay, everyone looked at me. The greatest group of people, so kind, so cool. And they looked at me. And of course, that's one of the biggest dreaded moments for mediums, just like, hey, did I translate this right? Am I seeing this right? So I took a step back. I looked again and I said, oh, sure enough. And I kept feeling that give this information, despite feeling like I don't know, I'm not going to say 100 different feelings, right? So I brought all the information forward and no one could take it. So I said, okay, on the note, next loved one in line. Let's share that story. And we ended up having a great reading, a great time together, about an hour together. And everything was flowing and it was beautiful, but there was this lack of connection to this dog, this beautiful, awesome dog. And so it stuck with me. Some of the times when I do your readings, most of the time, it comes through me, it's a little bit channeled, and then it leaves, and I go about my day. So this stuck with me, and I was wondering that, okay, so a week from now, who's going to claim this? Someone has to claim this. This was crystal clear. And next day, I had gone out to a local store, and I wasn't even going to go. And it was, no, stop here, just to stop in. And I stop in, I walk into the store, and I said, okay, I need this and this. And the owner comes up to me, and he says, hey, I've been trying to reach your son. I have something, a collection piece here for him. And I said, well, he's, here, blah, 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 I'll let him know. And he said, oh, you got to see it. And he brings it up to me, and I turn around, and there it is, to the T, the dog, like the actual ceramic piece of this dog that I brought through the night before. And okay, so what's the whole point in this story? why am I bringing through a message from a ceramic dog, right? Well, you know what I heard at that point? I heard, thank you for being vulnerable, looking like a goof, and giving, trusting, and giving exactly what you got. And I said, well then, I guess that's the way spirit works. So, okay, thank you for listening. I hope you're laughing, and I don't know, you guys are amazing. So let's see, who do we have on the phone with us now?
Janine.
Hi, Janine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am great, thanks. It's great to be here with you.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you calling from, Janine? I couldn't see on my screen.
Ossining, New York.
Oh, okay. I'm New York as well. You're not far. So, on this rainy day, how can I help you? Do you have a question? Do you have anything that you'd like me to look up for you?
Well, I was just hoping for a general reading. I didn't have like a specific question other than, I guess, my love life.
Okay. All right, well, let's start there. Let's see.
Oh.
Give me 1 second, Janine. I'm just connecting with you, and I'll look into this, and we'll see.
Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Janine, can I ask you, do you have a romantic partner who has passed away? Have you had one?
Well, yeah, but that was like years ago, a few years
Okay.
ago. But I hadn't been with him since I was, in high school, like around that time, or a little after high school. When I was a teenager.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that up first before we talk about your current, present time here. So give me 1 second just to connect there.
All right.
Okay. All right. Now, I do feel like I'm sensing the word Rob or Robert. Would that make sense to you?
No.
Robert? Janine?
No, I don't know any Rob or Robert, that passed away or either.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So going back over to, we're going to move that aside. And the reason that this event, Spirit is bringing this to our attention to address this. And I hope you don't mind. I know you looked for something a lot happier, and we'll get to that. But I do have a feeling that this has been sitting with you. Has there been a recent anniversary, be it a birthday or a significant date, something that reminded you of him? Has that just recently happened?
Yes, actually, not a date, but I was watching a music video from, the 80s, but the person who was singing looked just like him that passed away, and my girlfriend was here, and I said it looks just like him. And that was like 2 weeks ago.
So just for how, could you just tell me that song? I'm curious.
Oh, my God. It was Billy Squier, In the Dark.
In the Dark. Okay. So going back to that song, I know I'm flipping back and forth here, but this is what we're doing. So during this time right now in your life, is there a cause for concern medically? Is it you? Do you have a medical issue? Do you have something stressful like that happening? Something that you'd be concerned about?
Yeah, not life-threatening, but I have some issues.
Okay, and I am getting the feeling that
my mom, though, I live with my mom. Huh?
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this has been sort of putting a damper on your romantic life and just on yourself in general. And So what I'm hearing from him is that this was a way of coming through to help jolt you out and snap you out of it. And it worked. So you were surprised, right? You were surprised when that song came on and you said, "Oh, look at him."
Yeah,
Right?
I never really noticed that he looked just like him before until that day, and I watched that video a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you gone back to view that video again to say, really, is this me, or is this like, have you gone back to
Oh
look
yeah,
at that
yeah,
thing?
yeah, yeah. He really looks like him. Yeah, he
Yeah.
does.
Okay. So I'd like to just give you a recommendation to acknowledge the fact that he's here, he's with you, he's here to cheer you up. Definitely not to
Oh,
make you sad or anything, but here to cheer you up and to remind you of that youthful time where our inner child is free, we are free, we're not just so like stuck
yeah,
with bills and adult life and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah. That's how it feels right now. Yeah,
yeah.
or it's
So
been
one of
feeling.
the easiest reminders would be from someone who you would recognize, someone who would make you laugh. And yeah, so anytime you feel stuck in a rut, play that song. Play that song and laugh. And just think
Yeah,
of like how cool that was that he came and he's like, "Come on, remember how awesome you were when we were younger? Like we had a lot of fun."
yeah, yeah,
So just
yeah.
just by thinking about that, that will cheer you up, and then you will become more magnetic because you'll be in your true self. You won't be burdened by your health
Right. Yeah.
concerns and other concerns. And in that magnetic energy, that's what's going to help you attract the right person into your life. So I
Okay.
do see that you know a few people. One, two, three. So you have a few, just from where I'm looking at what he's showing. I feel like you have a few like acquaintances, people, those kinds of things. But the way that I'm feeling is that there isn't a true love, deep, serious, let's go out of the house, let's go do something relationship. Is that correct?
Right. I don't have
Okay.
anyone now. Oh,
Yeah. So taking this step right here to cheer you up and just be lighter, be more lighthearted. This is what you need to do. This is the best advice of what you need to do to get your true person that's going to come, who's going to adore you completely for exactly who you are. You don't have to worry about if you're thinking about clothing. Are you thinking about clothing?
um, not right now, but yeah, my style, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So thinking about that, upgrading your style, upgrading your everything, all those concerns are a bit irrelevant to this new person that is very close by coming into your life. So once you take step one and get yourself out there with a smile, really just start with a smile. I know that sounds super cheesy. Start with a smile, put your best
Yeah.
foot forward. And I know that also sounds cheesy, but yes, we're in a materialistic world, but seriously, for you, get your smile, listen to that song, and remember, tap into the young woman that you were, the young
Yeah.
inner child. And that joy is going to say, "Hey, I'm available." What you've been doing is you're saying, "I'm available, but," and subconsciously we do this, right? "I'm
Yeah.
available. I'd like to meet love, but I need to update my wardrobe. I have a health thing going on. It's annoying. I feel a little defeated." And then if love were to come knocking at your door, you would be like, "Ah," and you'd close the door. You'd be like, "Wait a minute, I'm not ready." So
Yeah.
one hand of things, you're like, "Hey, where's love?" And love is really just like right around the corner. That's so weird.
Hello, beautiful souls. Welcome back to another week of Spirit Connections. I am your host, Psychic Medium Jess Colner, here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Tonight, I will be taking another caller to connect them with their loved one. I'm very excited to do so. Before we get to our caller, you know what I'm about to say. It's my weekly reminder to all of you that you can connect to your loved ones in spirit at any time. You do not need a psychic medium to do so. All you have to do is focus your thoughts to your loved one that you want to connect with. Send them a shout out, send them a message, ask for the sign, and give them 24 hours to deliver that sign, and trust they will give it back to you. And that's it. That's as simple as it is for connecting with your loved ones. So I encourage everybody always to try and do that every single week with their loved ones, connecting with just a thought, you know, saying, hey, are you there? I miss you. I love you. Show me a sign. It's very simple to do. All right. So let's see where we have our caller from tonight. I think we're about to have them pop on. Give us 1 second here, kids. Nope, too soon. We don't have the caller. All right. Back to this. So for those of you who don't know me, if it's your first time tuning in, I am a psychic medium. I have been doing mediumship now since 2018, publicly since 2018. I am located in upstate New York. I offer readings every single 6 days a week, excuse me. And I connect with people around the world in addition to here in the United States. So you can always check that out on my website, psychicmediumjesscolner.com. All right, let's see. Still no caller. I think we might be having a technical issue here, kids. Hang on 1 second. Oh, goodness. We might be struggling tonight. Oh, uh-oh. Do we have a caller? Yep. Supposed to have a caller. Let's see. Okay. Are they coming in? Okay. Okay. I'm still waiting. So sorry. Okay. So hello, kids. Anyway, I'm back here. We're getting this straightened out here for a second. So again, the gentle reminder, connecting to your loved ones is easy. 1, 2, 3, just a thought. Common symbols given, depends where you are in the world. And yet I've learned a thing or two is that they will always connect with you through various symbols that are pretty much standard across the board. Even if you don't have cardinals where you live, cardinals are a very common sign. Let me see. We do have our caller now. Phyllis, Colgate, Maryland, USA. Let me see.
Yes.
Phyllis, can you hear me? Hello, Phyllis.
Yes, I can. Hello, how are you?
I'm excellent. How about yourself?
Good.
Phyllis, have you had a reading before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, fantastic. So I had a spirit here waiting. I was connecting with them before the show, so I got some evidence from them. I'm going to recite my evidence to you, and I'm going to ask you what you can take and what you need clarification on, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. All right, Phyllis, I have a gentleman here. He seems to have passed slightly younger, in and around his 50s, middle age, if you will. Pretty good looking guy.
Wow.
He tells me he had a quick passing. He was taller than me. I'm 5'7", so I know he was over 5'7". I'm a little confused on his passing here, but I did feel a head injury. I mean, I couldn't tell if he was showing me that he had a car crash, but I felt like a lot went wrong very suddenly up in the head. My heart was racing a lot, just a lot. It was very difficult for me to discern what happened. Does that make sense, Phyllis?
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Oh, fantastic. Let me just continue to tell you, he had a great sense of humor. Somebody tied to him has a birthday in the month of March. He referenced 2 boys, something about swimming in the ocean. He enjoyed a drink or a cocktail. I think he was married twice. He took off a wedding ring twice. That's typically my symbol for that. And soccer reference. And he has siblings, and I believe he's the second oldest. He was referencing that. Does that all make sense?
Well, no, not all of it, but you're very, very close.
All right. Tell me what you could take, and we'll go down our list. The passing, for example, Phyllis, that made sense to you?
It was a suicide.
Oh, my Lanta. That'll do it. That's why I couldn't make sense of it in the head. Okay. Not car crash. There was no car involved, correct?
No.
Okay. All right. The head injury does make sense.
No.
Okay. So issues in the head that led to his suicide?
Yeah. Yes.
I'll take that then. Okay. Month of March, birthday tied to him. It's not his birthday. Somebody tied to him.
Oh, he had so many brothers. Yeah, I'm sure one of them.
That's fair. I heard left in April, but there was a celebration for him in May.
No.
Okay. Did somebody leave in April that was tied to him, but there was a celebration in May?
His mother passed away in April.
Was there a celebration of life in May?
Yes, there was.
Thank you very much. Okay. He kept making a big deal about that. Good sense of humor, you understand?
Yes.
Did he have two boys, or you said he's one of a bunch of boys?
He's one of a bunch of boys.
He's one of them. Is he the second oldest boy? Something about the second?
He's the second youngest.
Second youngest. Oh, okay. All right. I'll take it. Not bad. And the married thing, taking off the ring, did you understand that? It's okay if you didn't?
Oh, yeah, he probably took his ring off all the time.
Okay. I'll take it. And swimming in the ocean reference.
He loved the ocean.
Cool. All right. What is this gentleman's name and what's his connection to you, Phyllis?
Donald. He was my husband.
Your husband? Oh my God, I love this man. Okay. And he was in his 50s, Phyllis?
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. I love him. I got to tell you, he is a character. He is a fun guy. He's really fun to talk about and talk with, I should say. And he's been here. He said he did reference the passing being sudden, very quick. Okay. So he did say that obviously, I know you said he took his life. So that is very traumatic and difficult on the family. So he said you did need to hear from him. He was making a big deal about that too when we first connected. So is this his first time coming through for you, Phyllis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want you to know he's completely healed. He looks fantastic. He feels better. He is so unbelievably sorry. He is incredibly apologetic. I also want to point out Spirit does not have to apologize. They don't, but he is choosing to apologize. It was all him, he said. It was not reflective of anybody around him, his actions. It was all on him. He takes 100% sole responsibility. It was not you. It was nobody. No friends, no family, nothing triggered him. It was him. Okay? He needs that to be known.
Yeah, it was him.
Yes. Very good. He puts a giant heart around you, Phyllis. Please know this. He still carries immense love for you. And he's been watching you. He's been with you, and he's been definitely given the signs and the symbols. He cracks a joke that you're a little bit stubborn, Phyllis. Do you understand?
I am stubborn. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, I'm trying to come through in dreams, but it's very hard to get through into her headspace to do so because you're very thick-headed. And he says that with love, and he's smiling as he does so, and he loves you for it. Okay. So he has tried coming through in dreams, but that hasn't been the easiest way. I know I was actually mentioning right before you got on air, he does show cardinals as a symbol from him. So please pay attention. If you see the cardinals, you're seeing that from him. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Next. Yes.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh, thank you. Hold on one second, Phyllis. He's coming and he's got something else. Yes, sir. Phyllis, are you still working, Phyllis?
No, I'm retired.
Retired.
I had to stop working after his death.
Okay, because he was taking me to work. It's my symbol for work, typing on a keyboard. I'm not sure if you're watching. Okay. But Phyllis, are you just stuck in the house all day? Because he's making me feel like I feel a little restless right now.
Yeah, I am. I am a homebody.
Okay, he wants you to get out of the house. He's shooing you out of the house. We need you. You're too young to be stuck home.
Okay.
All right. Start doing something. I don't care if you just go to a park a couple days a week and sit there and enjoy the park. I don't care if you just, go volunteer your time somewhere. I don't care if you go walk at the mall locally. I don't care. You're too young to be stuck home. Go sit at a cafe, read a book. If you don't like reading, he's laughing so hard that I said that right now. Do you not like reading, Phyllis?
No, I hate reading.
That's why he's laughing so hard. He's like, she's not picking up a book. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. All right, listen, just something, Phyllis, anything to get yourself into a change of scenery, because he doesn't like that you're home all the time.
Okay.
It's just, you're too bright of a soul to be kept, solitary. We need you around people.
Okay. Will do.
Phyllis, do you have any questions? Any questions for Donald? Anything at all?
No.
No, she's good. Look at that. Yes. All right, we are coming down to it, Phyllis. We got 60 seconds, so I'm going to get one more message for you. Yes.
What?
Phyllis, do you understand Christmas time? The Christmas time reference from him, that a back and forth at Christmas time. Do you guys travel a lot for Christmas?
No, he was very depressed at Christmas time.
Okay, all right. But you're the happier one at Christmas? You're the happy one?
Oh, I love Christmas.
All right, go big with it. Celebrate it, Phyllis. Just keep celebrating it, because he feels bad for having been the wet blanket for you at Christmas time. So he really asks you to celebrate it twice as hard just for him.
Looking for comfort, clarity, or a connection to the other side? Lady Phyllis is a gifted medium, author, and talk show host on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She's here to help you find peace and purpose through personal readings, spiritual development classes, and her exclusive Patreon, where new guests share their wisdom weekly. Visit ladyphyllis.com to book your session. Follow Lady Phyllis on Facebook and explore what the spirit world has waiting for you.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay. Hi, and welcome to Good Vibrations. I hope you're having a great week. I get a lot of questions about animals. A lot of questions, people, and I could be in the middle of a reading and all of a sudden I'll say, did you lose a dog or did you lose a cat? And people will right away soften, their whole appearance softens, and they get, kind of, you can see the love. And the thing that I've learned doing this is that our pets have souls too. And very often they'll be waiting for us when we get to the other side. Very often they are present in our lives. They're the ones who come by when you feel that chill go up your arm, or if you have a pet that you've gotten recently, sometimes a dog will react to the presence of spirit in the room. And very often in a reading, I'll ask, does your dog get a little weird certain times of the day, stare into space? So it could be a spirit of a loving family member. It could be an animal that they've lost. But very often I'm able to put a pet parent's mind at ease when I tell them that their animal is thanking them for letting them go. That the world has a funny way of treating the animals more humanely when they're seriously ill and when they have an incurable illness and they're not going to have quality of life. I've put several of my dogs down when they couldn't, when survival was not possible. And you really are tortured when you do that. You love your animal, but you don't want to see them suffer. So when dogs do come through, invariably they thank their fur mom or fur dad for allowing them to leave with dignity. And that being said, let's go to Tiffany in Darlingford, Manitoba in Canada.
Hello.
Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Have you ever had a reading before?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you know how it works. Then whatever I see, hear, or feel, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to share it with you, and then it's up to you to place it in your life. And I want to talk about the male. I feel spirit. If they're behind me, it's parents or grandparents. If they're to the side of me, it's a contemporary. And if they're in front of me, it's a child. And right now I'm feeling somebody behind me. And I want to ask if you've lost a male figure, like a father or grandfather, a father-in-law. It feels closer than grandfather. It feels like it's father-in-law or father.
No, I haven't. My grandfathers have passed.
Your grandfather has passed, but this feels closer than grandfather. Have you got an uncle or a friend of the family that had kind of like a name, you called him uncle, or he was a treasured part of the family? Somebody of your father's generation.
Oh, well, my uncle Dennis, which is my dad's brother, passed away, but I never actually got to meet him.
That's fine. That's fine. I wish you wouldn't have told me his name because I like them to do the work. But D's are hard for me. I usually don't hear D's. But so your Uncle Dennis passed, but you had never met him. So he passed before you were born, or he passed and you never really met him because he lived far away?
He passed before I was born.
Before you were born. Was he responsible for his passing?
No. He got sick.
He got sick. Okay, but the reason I'm asking, so did he decide not to take medicine or anything? Because what he's saying is he left on his own terms. Do you understand that?
Well, he had cancer, and I don't know. It was so long ago. I'm not sure if he took medication or not, to be honest.
Okay, or if he stopped the treatment or not. That's something you can ask. Your father is here, you said. So this is your father's brother, correct?
Right.
Yeah, you can ask your dad that I kind of feel that this uncle is saying that he might have made a decision that he wasn't going to continue treatment or whatever. There comes a point, like for instance, when my mother was dying of cancer, she took her treatment till the very end. She didn't want to give up. But I almost feel like there's a turning point where this uncle says, that's it, I'm done. And he, like your father. So even though you're calling in, he's using this opportunity. Can you get, was your father close with Dennis?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So I think he wants your father to know that he left on his own terms. Is there an MA name around Dennis, like Marion, Margaret, Mary, living or dead? It could be somebody on this side or somebody on the other side, but is there an MA name associated with him?
Not that I can think of. I guess my dad's twin sister name was Mary.
Mary. So you're talking about your dad's dad. So that's your grandfather. That's Great Aunt Mary, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to go actually to your dad's mother. Is your dad's mother on the other side?
Yes, she just passed in March.
Okay. So, oh, and that's MA. March is MA. Okay, because I'm getting definitely the MA, and I didn't feel like it was around your Great Aunt Mary. They put me around your grandmother. So your grandmother just recently passed. I'm sorry for your loss. Were you close with her?
Thanks. Yes, very.
Okay, and is there a K name around her? C or K, like Catherine, Kitty, Karen, a C or a K name around her, living or dead? I'm also getting, they're bombarding me with names. I'm also getting Elizabeth or Beth or Betty.
Benny was her husband.
Benny was her husband. Okay. So, and Benny is on the other side as well, correct?
Yeah, that was her second husband.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was your grandfather. That's unusual. And did any one of these men, I'm talking about her, your husband's dad or Benny, did any, or even your dad, did they wear a uniform? Like, did they wear some kind of a uniform, like from the armed forces or police or fire?
No.
Okay, because one, I see a uniform, so I don't know where it belongs. But it feels like it's around this Benny guy. So it could be that somebody in his family, did he have another family as well? Like his own children?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to think about that.
Yeah.
That, you know, maybe there's a uniform on that side of the family. I don't know if you're close with them. But
not really, no.
do you have a necklace from your grandmother? Did she leave you a necklace, or is there a necklace that she wore every day?
Well, we got a bunch of jewelry and necklace, and I had got her rings, her wedding rings.
Okay, but there is a necklace, and it feels like it's a cross. Did somebody get her cross?
A cross?
Yeah, I see a cross. Did she wear a cross, or did she have a cross?
We split. I'm trying to think of what all the necklaces. We split them up between the grandchildren or the granddaughters. I can't remember which one got the cross. Yeah.
Okay, but she's, you know, I guess that meant a lot to her. So she's talking about the cross. So if you can remember which one of the grandchildren, is there a K name around one of the grandchildren, a C or a K name like Katie, Kaylee, Candy? Is there a C or a K name around one of the grandkids?
Kiana.
Okay. Yeah, that's a name that I wouldn't know. And it's Kiana, right?
Yeah.
Did she get the cross by? Did she get the cross by any chance?
She might have. To be honest, I don't even know what she all got because my aunt went in there or got some things that I didn't even know about. So
okay, well, you may want to make a phone call because your grandmother is singling out the cross, and I did hear that K name. So it could be that there's something special going on around Kiana, like maybe she's graduating, or like there's something special happening around her, maybe having a baby. I don't know how old she is, but I don't, there's change around her. I'm not saying that she's having a baby. It could be she's graduating middle school. I don't know, but there appears to be some kind of change around her. Do you understand that? Does that make sense to you? Do you know Kiana well enough? Yeah.
I don't know her that well, but yes, kind of. Yeah, I do know her mom fairly well.
Okay, so you find out if there's some. How old is Kiana?
She would be 13, 12 or 13.
Okay, so I think great grandma wants to acknowledge something about her. So at 13, it could be that she's being entering middle school, but there's something around her that your grandmother is pointing out that she's happy for her, maybe joining a club or taking dancing or doing something. But there is something about Kiana that I'm getting, and if Kiana was indeed the one who got the cross, she's singling her out as, something's going on there, and she's really happy or proud.
Okay.
Okay, so you can relay that message. I want to go to your mom's side of the family. Mom is here, correct?
Yeah.
Mom's mom is on the other side?
No.
She's here too. But I want to go to the side of you. Do you have a female that passed, like a sibling or a cousin? Do you have someone who passed before like young?
Not that I can think of, no.
Is there somebody around your mom's age, like a sister or a sibling around your mom who passed?
Nope.
Okay, I feel like there's an energy around your mom, and I feel like it could be a friend of hers, or it could be a cousin, maybe somebody that you're not thinking of, but that wants to come through. And I am hearing an S name. Is there an S name associated around your mom? And S could be in the middle of the name, or it could be in the beginning, or it could be at the middle of the name, like Jessica, or it could be Susan Sharon. But I am hearing a hard S sound around your mom.
Yeah, I can't think of.
Okay, so you got to go to mom and ask her if she's lost any friends with an S sound to their name. And we talked about pets before you got on. Did you lose an animal? Did you lose a dog?
Yeah, I lost, two or three. well, we did, one last couple years ago, I guess. 2 years.
And where's the BR name, like Brody, Brian? Where's the BR name?
BR. Brian, maybe.
Brian.
Benny's. Benny's.
Benny is, but who's Brian? Where's?
Nice. Brian would be a relative of my grandpa Benny.
Okay, that'd be interesting to find out.
I know him that well, though.
Yeah, that would be interesting because they brought that up earlier. That would be interesting to see if he wore a uniform or if he was involved in some way with something with a uniform. But I want to go to your kids. You have 2 children?
3.
3. And when they say 2, is there a difference between, like, one is out of the house, or maybe it's 2 girls and 1 boy? Like, why is it?
I have an older daughter, and then I have twins.
Yeah, okay. So they're talking about the twins then. And the twins are with you? The twins are home with you? Hello?
Yes, they are. Hello? Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay.
They're 5.
They're 5. They're little kids. Okay. And you have an older daughter who's like 7 or 8? Like she's not out of the house, in other words.
No, she's 10.
She's 10. And they're all with the same dad?
Yeah.
And dad is home with you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm around your husband now. He's your husband, correct?
Yep.
Did he lose a friend, a best friend?
His uncle.
His uncle, but not the uncle we spoke. Was that the uncle we talked about? Was he very close with his uncle? That Uncle Dennis?
Yeah, he was when he was younger. No, it was Mark, actually.
An MA name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So please let your husband know that his Uncle Mark is around him. All right.
Okay.
Does your husband work on cars or fixes bicycles or something? Does he do something mechanical?
Yes, he's a small engine mechanic, so he fixes quads and bikes,
Okay.
and he's also a farmer.
He's also a farmer. Okay, because Uncle Mark wants to let him know that when he's working on small engines or whatever, he's with him. I don't know why that's significant, but that's what he's showing me. So please let him know his uncle is around him and he hears him.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for calling in. And we're going to take the next caller, Jean in Brooklyn.
Hi.
Hi, Jean. Oh, I was born in Brooklyn. Where do you live in Brooklyn?
In Williamsburg.
Oh, Williamsburg. Yeah, I used to go to Williamsburg a lot with my dad. You have the Kosciuszko Bridge there, right?
Yes. Not
Yeah.
too far, yes.
Yeah. I was just on that bridge recently. They've totally redone it. I went on the original bridge. But anyhow, have you ever been to a medium?
No.
Okay. Well, whatever I see, hear, or feel, I'm going to ask you if it resonates with you. It could be as simple as I could say I see a blue bottle, and you're going to say, "Oh my God, I have a collection of blue bottles." Jean, I feel energies around me because you're not on a Zoom call with me, so I'll feel the energies around me. And I want to ask you if you've suffered a loss recently.
A few years ago, yes.
Okay. And was this loss a contemporary to you? Somebody who was, let's say, a sibling, a spouse, a friend?
Sibling, yes.
A sibling. And was this your sister? I feel like it's a male energy. So I actually want to ask if it's a brother.
It is.
Yeah. And did did you miss a phone call from him before it happened? Was there like an interruption in communication? And then the next thing you knew, he was gone? Or were you on your way to visit him or something? I feel like there was unfinished business between the two of you.
There was. He actually came to see me and I wasn't home.
Okay. So because he's saying you're carrying around that you missed him. Do you understand that? And he wants you to let that go.
Yes.
Was he responsible in any way for his passing?
No.
Was he a victim?
No, it was more natural.
Because I feel like it's a life interrupted. Do you understand? Like however he passed, it came out of left field. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So, by your own admission, you're saying that he passed naturally, that it wasn't. But I feel like it's almost like what he's showing me is he's getting tapped on the shoulder and boom, it's just a figurative expression, but it came out of nowhere. It's hitting him full on the face and he didn't have a chance. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Was his chest involved?
Yes.
So what he's showing me is it comes up from the feet. Did he have a blood clot or an aortic aneurysm? Was there some kind of explosion in his body? I don't mean like a man-made explosion, but some kind of something that just burst?
He had a heart attack.
He had a heart attack. What he's showing me is it didn't actually happen in the heart, but on the way to the heart. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Like I almost feel like his aorta, maybe he takes a blood clot in the aorta. Like he's showing me like whatever it was, it traveled up from his legs, into his chest. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And traveled up the back, the widowmaker. You know the widowmaker. I'm sure you've heard of that expression.
No, not really.
Widowmaker is a certain artery that travels up the back of the heart. And when that one gets clogged, that one is an instantaneous. My father passed from the widowmaker. We were in the airport, literally sat down and just died. And he's taking me to my dad, and he's explaining that it just like he didn't have symptoms. It just like took him out in the middle of something. Like he could have been driving, or he could have been lifting the garbage, or whatever it was like, it wasn't like he was in the hospital. Was he not in the hospital?
No, he wasn't.
So he was living his life.
Yes.
Did he have 2 children?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he calls out to his 2 children. He says, please tell them. And is there a son and a daughter in these 2 children? Is it a son and a daughter?
No, it's twin girls.
Twin girls. But does one of them have a D name, like Devin or Devon?
No.
Where's the D name? I usually don't hear D's.
I don't know.
All right, well, you'll think about it.
Yeah.
But in any case, he wants you to understand. He showed me a leather jacket. Does somebody have his did he have a leather jacket that was his favorite?
Yeah, I have it.
You have it. Okay, so he's letting you know that he knows that you have his jacket. Do you wear it?
No.
Yeah, it's too big on you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's showing me. But he says if you put it on, you're going to feel like his arms are around you. You understand that when you miss him, if you put on that jacket, you're going to feel him. Mom is here, or mom's on the other side?
She's on the other side.
So he's with mom, and we say a lot with the MA names, but I'm going to ask you specifically: is there a Mabel or Maribel? Is there an MA name like Maribel or Mabel, living or dead?
No.
There's no MA.
There's that not MA. There's a M, but not MA.
Okay, but there's an M sound, and is it like an odd name like Maribel, or it's not like he's giving me Mary, Martha, Madeline. It's like a weird kind of name that I would not know.
Well, there is a MA. I just thought of it, but it's Marcus.
Marcus. Okay, that's not a name that I would normally say. But what's the other M name?
Millie.
Millie. Okay, so who is Millie?
Our aunt.
And is she on the other side?
No.
She's here. That would be your mom's sister?
Yes.
Did Millie lose a child also?
She did.
Yeah, because I want to say that mom wants Millie to know that she has her child. Is that a daughter? Did she lose a daughter?
She did.
Yeah, because I had a boy and a girl, and I wasn't sure which was yours. Remember when I said in the beginning, I said, I think it's a brother, but I did have a female spirit. So the female spirit would be your cousin, correct?
Yes.
And is there an L around her name? Or an E?
There is. I just thought of something. There was someone else that recently passed, and her name starts with an L.
Okay.
And it was like maybe a year ago.
Okay, and was that a friend?
No, that was actually my niece.
That was your niece. And what's her relationship to your brother? That's his niece as well?
Yes.
Okay, and she was a young girl who passed, correct? Like
yes.
Young woman, maybe 20, in her 20s or late teens?
No, she was older than that.
She was older, but I'm not getting illness. There was not illness when she passes, correct?
Right.
Was this drug related?
Yes.
Yeah. Your mom. So this would be your mother's granddaughter.
Yes.
Okay. So is her name Lakeisha or Laquanda? It's like a two kind of name. Or Leanne.
Lydia.
Lydia. I usually get Lydia. Okay, so but it's 2 syllables. But well, it's actually more Lydia. It's 3 syllables. But mom wants you to know, your mom wants you to know that she's got her granddaughters and her son with her. That, she's filling up the table on that side. Do you understand that? Did mom used to make big dinners where everybody was invited?
When we were kids, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to go back to your mom. Did you not see your mom before she passed?
I didn't. I was on my way.
Right. She says, don't squeeze my life down to the last 5 minutes. You understand? She said, I tried waiting and I couldn't. She said, think of all the good and the bad, because I do see a roller coaster that you had an eventful life with mom. I don't know if things were tough or if, you rebelled. I don't know what, but she's saying it was never smooth sailing. There was always a lot of stuff going on. There were a lot of kids, a lot of stuff going on. But she says, don't condense my life down to the ending of it. She wants you to remember her when you laughed or sang together or shopped or did all the good stuff. Do you understand?
Yes.
And she says, I'm not angry that you didn't make it. So why are you upset about that? Are you upset about the fact that you didn't make it down there?
Yes.
Yeah. She said everything that had to be said, you knew how we felt. So it wasn't like she had to have last words. So you were pretty close with your mom?
Yes. Mhm.
And so she said, you know how she felt? And I feel like she had a really honest relationship with you. Is that true?
Yes.
Like when she didn't like something or someone you were with, she was loud and clear about it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, she says none of that changed. She says when you do things she doesn't like, she pinches you on your shoulder. So look for those feelings that you can feel your mother like tapping you on the shoulder or pinching your shoulder, that she's around. She wants you to know that she's around. She sees everything. You have 3 children?
No, I have 6.
You have 6. Why is she talking about 3? Are 3 home with you and 3 are out, or are 3 one sex? Why would she talk about 3?
That's the thing. I don't know.
They're all home with you, all 6?
No, they're grown.
They're all gone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is something going on around 3 of them? Like maybe something exciting happening around 3 of them?
No,
All
no.
right. Well, time to reconnect, call them up and find out what's going on in all your kids' lives, because grandma's pointing out 3 of them. So there's something definitely happening, maybe change of jobs, change of relationships, but there's definitely something going on around 3 of them. Do you have any questions?
Oh. No, that was pretty much my question. I wanted to connect with a loved one and see if they had any messages for me.
Well, mom wants you to know she never left. She's around. You have a sister?
I do.
Are you not speaking to your sister?
No, we're not speaking currently.
Yeah, mom wants you to bury the hatchet and not in your sister's head if you can.
Okay.
She says it's time
Okay.
she says it's time to make peace. She says, you know how your sister is. It's not you, but she says, you're stubborn though. She says you are stubborn. Does that resonate with you?
Yes.
Yeah, she says, stop being stubborn. Your sister is who she is. Put it in perspective of whatever it is you're angry at. Put it in perspective, and she wants her children to get along. She's worried about your sister. Is your sister going through a breakup?
No, she's not. She's single.
She's single. Well, it could be that she's lonely, because your mother showed me that she's alone. That's why I asked if she's going through a breakup. She doesn't want her to feel alone. Did you get a tattoo to memorialize your brother?
In a way, yes.
Yeah. And he's kind of laughing about it. Did you get a tattoo that's funny, or that's like a cartoon character or something?
I did get a tattoo, but it's not a funny tattoo. It's he loves skulls, so.
Oh, so you got a skull. You got because he's laughing about it, so I guess that was unusual for you to get a skull, and he's just kind of laughing about it. Was he was on the young side when he passed? I think I'd love to talk longer, Jean, but we're out of time, so I have to wrap it up. Thank you for calling in, and I hope I gave you some peace and comfort and closure. You know, you can all reach me on www.ladyphyllis.com. I'd love to hear from you. I want to have a one-on-one. I'm also, my class is starting in November. If you're interested in doing what I do, take my class. It's on.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am your host, Jenna Lee, and I am so excited for you guys to be here. Happy Wednesday. This energy shift that we have been going through has been really intense, and I am really excited to learn what shift has been happening in your life this week. So leave a comment down below. I'm really curious to see. So if you know about me, I have been able to see since I was 3. I'm a spiritual hypnotherapist, and I have been teaching people over the last 16 years how to utilize the power of their words and how to utilize the power of their subconscious mind to receive the things that they want in life. So today I want to teach a little bit about the power of words and how to allow your words to work for you rather than against you. So one of the greatest lessons I could have learned 16 years ago was how to use the power of my words, how to switch my mind and let it work for me, or let it benefit me rather than going against me. The words we speak are either going to build us or they're going to break us. And too often humans say the opposite of what they want, and then they receive that and become angry, thinking that's not what they asked for, but it really is. And so today I want to teach you a little bit about that. First of all, I want to give you a disclaimer. Here in Idaho, we have harvest going on, so I've got some allergies. I'm a little bit dizzy, so I do apologize ahead of time if my voice is a little crackly, and when it comes time for readings, there's a lot of stuff going on over here in the air. So, okay. So the way we structure our sentences, it can affect us. It can really affect us. It could build us or it could break us. And 11 years ago, when I became a spiritual hypnotherapist, my words learned to communicate with my subconscious mind. Okay, will you pop that back up for me real quick? I have a caller. There we go, Jeannie. Okay. Hello, Jeannie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hi, how are you? From New York. How are you?
Yes, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great. What can I help you with today?
Love life.
Ooh, okay. Please tell me your full birthday if you're willing.
5171.
Did you say 5-1?
Yes, May 1st, 71.
1971. Okay. Oh, okay. What questions do you have that I can help you with?
Is the relationship that I'm currently in going to progress?
Okay. Are you willing to give me his full birthday really quickly so I can tune into his energy as well?
12/19/70.
Oh, yeah. Okay. If you don't know, I do numerology, and that's how I'm able to grasp onto your energy and to feel everything that's going on. Now, what I'm going to tell you is that there is definitely potential for you guys to come together and to progress. He's got some hangups, and some of his hangups have to do with inner conflict of how he sees himself, self-worth, and he just kind of shuts down. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for you guys, in order for you to progress, it's going to have to be free will from him. If he's willing to open up and communicate with you, he's got a lot of trauma, it looks like, that he just holds on to. And so if he's able to work through that and you guys can learn how to communicate, especially on his side, yes, it will progress. But it does look like that most of it is going to have to come from his side of it if he's willing to.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions I can answer for you at this time?
Is there anything I should know?
When it comes to him or to the relationship or just you yourself in general?
Yes, me myself.
You yourself. Okay. Yeah. So the number one thing it looks like that you really need to focus on a little bit more is protecting your own energy, because it does kind of look like you leave your energy too far open for kind of like chaos to come in and you're just feeling drained. Is that accurate?
No, I'm very protective of my peace.
Okay. So do you do a lot of protection things? Do you do protection on a regular basis?
Well, I don't let too many people into my life.
Okay. So just to like reiterate, what I am seeing is that your energy gets really big and it leaves it open for things to come, energies to come in and kind of just wear you down a little bit. So the only thing I'm seeing for you right now is just to make sure that you are grounded and that you are doing your protection. And that's really what I'm just getting through your energy right now.
Okay.
Hey, is there anything else I can help you with?
I don't think so. It was more so the relationship.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So definitely it does definitely look like there's potential for you guys to grow together. He just needs to release some of that stuff that's been deep within him and learn to communicate a little bit better. And it really does look like you guys have a really good chance at it if he's willing to do that.
Okay, that's great.
Yes. Okay. Well, have a great night.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Bye. Ooh, Cassie. Okay. Cassie from Salt Lake. Cassie,
Hi,
are you there?
how are you?
I'm doing
I
so
am.
good.
How are you? Thank you. I'm doing great. Thanks.
What can I help you with?
Well, I had questions. I have tons of questions, but I am trying to learn and practice and more spiritual practice and get into my intuitive side and learn more of that practice. What can I do? What do you see me doing with that and where I'm going with that?
Okay. Can you please provide me with your full birthday?
Sure. It's 9/21 of 84.
Okay. So as far as your healing practice goes, your intuitive, your psychic abilities, it really looks like you have what I would call like the healing hands, the power of touch in order to help people heal their physical bodies. It looks like you're already opening up a lot when it comes to taking on people's emotions and feelings. Have you been able to feel pain from other people from what's coming from inside of their bodies?
Not that I've noticed, like initially, but I do work in healthcare.
Yeah. Okay. So you
I've
kind of
always
understand
worked
a
in
little bit.
healthcare, so that's what I've worked in. So maybe I'm just used to it.
Yes. So many times throughout my career, what I've seen is that people are already utilizing their abilities and they just do not understand that that's what they are doing. And because you already have what I call the healing hands and the power of healing through touch, you'd also probably notice over your lifetime that you can give really good hugs and transmute people's energy through hugging them. Have you ever known that about yourself?
I'm not a hugger, so that's very interesting. I'm not like a hugger for even my family.
Can you, I mean, if you're willing, because obviously this is free will, somebody that you're comfortable with, to give them a really good hug. Your hands are going on their back, your chest is touching, your third eyes are by each other. And when you can give a decent amount of time hug, like 10 seconds or so, you're going to be able to touch them and to help transmute their energy. And maybe because you do not like to hug, there's some part of your spirit, your subconscious mind that already knows that. And maybe you're like pushing people's energy away because you're thinking you're going to take it on, but you do have healing. Now they're also telling me that you seem to have conversations in your head quite a bit, right? To yourself.
Yeah, all the time.
You realize that this isn't all you. This is a way for you to also communicate with spirits on the other side. Have you realized that yet?
No, not yet, because I feel like it's always just me. But I've been trying to practice with my meditation, and all of that is coming in. Like I'm really working on my meditation and practicing on that. So,
yeah, well, okay. So this is something I teach my clients. When I'm doing meditation, and once you get to that spot where your thoughts are slowed down, then ask a question. And as you're conversating with yourself, notice the other side of the conversation is not you. It is your spirit guides, it is your ancestors, it's a lot of times, sometimes ascended masters. You need to learn how to discern between your mind and when it's actually a spirit coming in and talking to you. And because you're opening up in that way, you're going to start being able to know things about other people and probably even get to the point where you're doing readings because they're going to come in and communicate with you. But you're also going to have to learn how to trust yourself because it looks like you haven't learned how to trust yourself quite yet with that process. You're going to think you're crazy or you're just making stuff up, but really you have several abilities coming in at the same time, which, do you feel overwhelmed frequently?
I'm always overwhelmed. I'm so overwhelmed with everything.
Yes.
Yes, very overwhelmed.
Yeah. I'm going to teach you a trick, and I did have to do this for myself. I had to learn very early on that we could change our abilities. And I'm going to give you an example. I've been able to see spirits with my human eyes since I was 3 years old. But somewhere, maybe in my early 30s, I told them, I don't want to see you anymore. I want to hear you. And it changed. I learned that we could change them. And all of a sudden, I'm starting to hear voices in my right ear with my actual human ears. And sometimes in the dark, right? There's nobody there. It creeped me out. And so I ended up having to tell them, okay, I don't like that. Can you just talk to me like maybe when the lights are on and I'm going to the bathroom, so I don't want to run away? And I ended up asking them to show me just in my third eye. And it took me a long time to develop that because I had to interpret almost like images that I was seeing. You are in control. These abilities are yours. If there's something you cannot handle, tell them to turn it off. If there's something you want to increase, tell them to turn it on, and you are in control. So which one would you rather start off with? Them communicating with you, the healing of the hands, the feeling you get from other people's bodies and emotions. Which one would you rather have? And then that's what I would tell them that you want to turn on. And if you want the others off, turn them off until you develop that one.
That's perfect, because I feel like I have like a lot of it. I just need to maybe increase some of them so I can recognize them a little bit more. as what I want them to be.
Yes,
What
and
I
most people
want
don't even
to
know that they
notice.
can do that. So, have you ever considered doing some type of coaching? Me myself, I'm only like 2 hours away from you. I actually do like a 4 to 6 week coaching, and there might be something in your area that you could do that, where I help people open up their abilities and understand the abilities that they do have now or how to develop them. Is there something you've ever considered doing before?
Yes, I believe there is a medium that is near me that does do some sort of classes near me that I'm going to look into.
Yes, you definitely should, because as fast as your abilities are coming in, it's going to be very beneficial for you so that your energy can be balanced, your anxiety can be balanced, and that overwhelming feeling should subside as you're really working with the energy that you're receiving.
Okay, that's great to know. That'll be helpful. And then I can get what I need from this because I want it. I'm looking for it. I just want to be able to recognize what's coming in and know what to do with it.
Yeah. So one more thing real quick before I let you go is that, sorry, I got a message on the screen and my brain kind of went blank.
No, you're good.
So is when you're getting overwhelmed, instead of asking like, what's wrong with me? The question I start off with is who's wrong with me? Not to be negative, but that helps me discern and to break it down with, is this my energy or is this somebody else's energy? And when you're having a conversation with yourself, to break it down, is this me or is this somebody else? And that is how I originally learned to break down the energy and discern what was my abilities compared to what was just my own.
That's great. That'll help me. I do a lot of trauma-informed care with my patients because it's not like what's wrong with you, it's what happened to you.
Yes.
So
and if you're doing that, guaranteed, yes, but if you're doing that, guaranteed you're taking on some of that stuff and not realizing that it's not yours. And then you're just getting overwhelmed and overstimulated and exhausted and all those things. So you've got to learn how to break it down. And that's easy to do. Just practice it every day, maybe a few times a day. What's wrong with me? Who have I been around? Who's given me this energy? And as you ask those questions, start dismissing it, throwing it away, and it'll start clearing up by itself naturally.
Okay. That's perfect. Thank you so much for your assistance today. I really appreciate you talking to me.
Yes, have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, guys, I'm so excited to have callers all over, but I would really like to go back into the power of the words. So before I started tonight, I was pretty dizzy and tired, but as I'm receiving energy from everybody else on the other side, I just feel so lit up about it. So going back into the power of the words, 11 years ago, I became a spiritual hypnotherapist, and they taught us how to communicate with the subconscious mind. And when we communicate with the subconscious mind, in order to receive our goals or what we desire, there are certain ways that you have to communicate with the brain. And this is really exciting. Most of the words that we use as humans are negative, or our sentences are negatively structured. So a few tips I want to give you guys today is, number one, your subconscious mind and your brain cancel out any negative words that you say, such as the word don't. Sorry, the word don't. The word don't is so negative. So if I'm telling you, don't look over there, immediately all your brain heard was look over there, because it cancels out the word don't. So think about small children, don't touch that, don't touch that. And what do? They just go touch that because that's exactly what you told their subconscious brain. So don't is a negative word that your brain crosses out. Can't is another one. Stop is another one. How many times have you told somebody like stop that, and they just keep doing it? So there's other words that I would like to teach you to raise the vibration of your sentence to raise the vibration of what you're trying to achieve so that it can come in faster. Again, so many times humans are saying the opposite of what they mean. They're receiving the opposite. They became angry about it, but they received exactly what they asked for without even knowing it. So when I learned how to replace my words, the higher vibrational words to use in order to receive what I wanted, these are some of those. So number one, the word but. I have replaced the word but with the word however. Whenever I'm talking to the subconscious mind, if I say the word but, I love you, but your subconscious brain is only going to hang on to that last part of the sentence, the negative part. So I say the word however, it raises the vibration of your sentence, and it really allows the brain to retain all the words, not just that little one. If you guys watched my previous one from last week, I taught you that the word money itself right now has such a negative vibration tied to it. People are always saying things like, I need money. Money is a really negative word right now. So I was taught by Spirit last year, earlier this year, I guess it was, to replace the word money with coin and currency. As the vibration lifts, and it makes you like more lit up inside, you're going to attract more income, coin and currency. That's the original word, by the way. I replaced the word I'm sorry with I apologize. Okay. How about the word want? The words want and need. If I say things like, I want more money, the universe is going to say, oh, you want more money? Yes, you do. And here's the way that you want more money, and you're going to see more things that you want money for. Or I need money. The universe is going to say, oh, you need money, and I'm going to show you why you need money, right? The tires need to be changed. The windshield needs to be changed. Other things like hospital trips, doctor visits, and you're saying you need money, and the universe is just saying, yes, you do. And these are all the ways you need money. So instead of saying the word want or need, I actually say the words, I desire. I desire. Okay, it's higher vibrational again. You're able to receive a little bit more quicker of the things you actually do want. I replaced the word busy with the word productive. If you are saying I'm too busy, you're putting out this vibration to people that you're not reachable. They can't reach out to you. Think about it. If you have a small business by chance, and you're saying I'm busy, I'm too busy, I'm too busy, people aren't going to be attracted to come in all the time. So I'm productive. I changed those words around. I earlier said the word stop or don't is a negative word. And that's true. I did replace that with the word refrain from doing that. No matter how many times I say refrain from doing that, refrain from that, it is high vibrational, it's uplifting, the emotions are higher, it's much better than saying stop that. Stop that is so negative and demeaning and putting people down, whereas refrain from doing that is still upbeat. The brain retains that all. One of my favorites. I stopped using the word problem, and I replaced that with the word challenge. A challenge is something that you can overcome, whereas a problem is always just a problem. So I now say it's a challenge, or that my challenge is not the problem. Challenges can be overcome. Okay. I switched out the word change for the word shift. Don't need you to change. I need you to shift. That one has really shifted my life. Okay. Oh, compromise. We're going to compromise and come together. In life, maybe we shouldn't really be compromising. So I did shift that word to align. Align. We are coming into alignment. I'm going to do this. You're going to do that. We're going to come into alignment together. Ooh, this one I learned one time when I was going on a cruise, and I couldn't get on the cruise ship because I didn't have the proper documentation, and I was stuck in New Orleans, which became one of the biggest lessons of my life. I love New Orleans. I want to go back there frequently. But I learned during that moment to stop saying the word stuck. I'm not stuck here. I get to experience this. I'm not stuck in life. I'm experiencing this in life. And as you're using higher vibrational words, your sentences begin to fill you up with light. Your brain understands what's happening. The other side can come in and help you more often. right? To help you to obtain the things that you want more easily rather than fighting up against it with your own words. Right. Your body listens to everything you say. No matter if you're talking about somebody or talking with somebody, your body listens to every single sentence you say. It harvests it as if you were talking just about yourself. So using those positive words to shift your life is going to actually even make you healthier and happier. So one thing to think about is people, again, we talk very negative. A lot of my clients, when they come into me for my naturopathy, which is natural chiropractic, they say things like, my back is killing me. Oh, that's my bad ankle. Oh, that's, my head is killing me. But what they really want to do is feel comfort. Okay. When people say, I don't want to be stressed, they just ended that sentence with the word stressed. Again, don't is a negative word. So what they're saying is, I want to be stressed. What they mean to say is, I desire to feel calm, or I do feel calm. I feel at peace. I desire to feel peace. So for this next week, I would really encourage you guys all to really be aware of the words that you are speaking. What is your mind holding on to? If you have plans, if you have goals, and you would like to increase your life by becoming happier and healthier and manifesting faster, really watch the structure of your words and how you use them in a sentence and when you are using them. And this has really helped me in my life through manifesting the last 16 years. I am so excited to be with you guys. I will be here next Wednesday at the same time. Go ahead and leave me some comments about any questions you might have about the power of your words and how I can better help you. I hope you tune in next week for another time of Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Have a good night, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I'm Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am an intuitive life coach, a psychic medium, a pranic energy healer, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, and a certified hypnotherapist. You can find me at AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com, or you can find me on my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us. My TikTok is at Angel Margaret P with the number 8. My Instagram is just at Angel Margaret P. And I think that's all my social media chat. Oh, and you can also find me Angels Always Around Us on YouTube. So a couple of things while we're waiting for our caller to connect. Just let you know of some upcoming events I have. Okay, every Monday through Friday at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, and my YouTube channel, Angels Always Around Us. I am doing angelic morning moments where you can start your day with me. We'll do a quick grounding exercise, and then we'll do an inspirational card or message of the day. It's really great. We started that this week. I got many requests for my podcast to start back up, so I started doing that. And, you know, every day it's a little different, so it's never the same thing twice. So make sure you pop in when you can. You can also watch the replay on my social media channels, live replay, either way works for you. Also, every Tuesday, just like today, I am here on A1 Radio, A1R Radio. We have that's 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, and you can access that through A1R Radio's Psychic Facebook page. The first Wednesday of every month at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time is my Angelic Insights Cafe. That is free, and it is on Zoom. That is, again, first Wednesday every month at 12:45. And one last thing, on starting August 21st this month at 6 p.m., again on Zoom, the third Thursday of the month, Your Path to Thrive. This month for August, we are doing August alignment, intuitive prep for your thriving fall. We are going to clear some energy and set some intentions. We are going to do some work and get you ready so that you can thrive this fall, not just survive. So if you feel like you've been stuck or you're just going through the motions, let's get you set up, and Your Path to Thrive is all for you. You can come this month, come next month, come every month, come when you can. It doesn't matter. Again, that's the third Thursday every month, 6 o'clock on Zoom. Starting on August 21st, you can again check out my website or my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to find out more information about that. And hello, Fran from Raleigh, North Carolina. How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you.
How can I help you today?
Interesting day. Just a general reading, I think.
Okay. See how much more interesting your life is going to get?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to see how much more interesting your life's going to get when the calm is coming from the chaos?
Yeah. Just a general idea.
Okay. Just bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
I have some great news for you, Fran. You know, I mentioned,
Awesome.
if you wanted to see when the calm from the chaos is coming, boom, look at that. That first card is Shanti, and she is the angel of peace. She is coming to tell you that you do have peace coming on the horizon. Things will start to settle down. Just be patient for a little while longer. I know you've been kind of through some topsy-turvy stuff, and, for those of you other than Fran who are listening, I know the energy has been really weird the past, month or so. It'll settle down, guys. Just hang in there. And for you, especially, Fran, what I'm hearing is 3 to 5 more weeks. I know that might sound like, oh my gosh, that sounds forever, but it's not. And just keep praying to your angels, praying to your higher powers, asking them to continue to give you the added strength. And what I'm hearing, what is going to help you, Fran, more importantly, is gratitude. How often do you do gratitude lists ever?
Actually, I try to make a practice every day.
Mm-hmm. Do you write down or do you just do it in your head?
I do it in my head. I have a ritual that I go through it at night that, I thank my angels and spirit guides and family and spirit for
That's
signs,
awesome.
synchronicities.
That's awesome. Like I said, though, maybe see if when you first get up in the morning, you can think of 3 things that you're grateful for. I know you said you usually do your ritual at night. Try doing it in the morning as well. Just think of 3 things in the morning before you start your day. After you wake up, you open your eyes, go to the bathroom, shake the cobwebs out. And then before you, leave that area, go ahead and think of 3 things that you're grateful for. Gratitude lists are great. You already got a great nighttime practice in, it sounds like. And again, what I hear is you just need a little bit more energy set to your situation, and the gratitude will help that morning gratitude, finding, and I will tell you guys from personal experience, when you first start doing gratitude lists in the morning, if you've done them for a long time, I did the same thing you did, Fran. I did them at night, okay? And sometimes it can be a little tricky in the morning because you just woke up. What are you grateful for other than breathing? But if you take a minute and you step back, you will find things. And trust me, when you start with that 3 things you're grateful for before you allow the rest of the world to get in, it makes a huge difference in your day.
Right.
So again, Shanti says that there's peace coming in about 3 to 5 weeks. Things will start settling down to the point where you'll actually feel the peace. What I hear is in about 2 weeks, you'll start to see some of the peacefulness come in. But in about 3 to 5 weeks, you'll be like, oh, thank God. So along with that peace, though, I will tell you, Fran, you've got a message from Isabella here. And Isabella is telling you that it is time to start a new venture for you. So I know you're probably thinking, oh my God, is this lady crazy? There's so much going on and she thinks I'm going to start something new. But again, this comes after the peace comes in. So, the next 3 to 5 weeks, you can kind of kick around some other ideas that you've been thinking about, kind of work on maybe seeing what feels like it should be materializing in your energy field right now. But wait until the peace comes before you start putting that into place. Because like I said, Shanti was first, so we got to kind of let things play out in order so that we can get you the best way possible. So if you try to jump in and start your new venture first, you're going to drive yourself crazy. But let the peace come. Once things start settling, then start your new project. And as you start your new project, Serafina is coming to you. And she is the angel of families. And she says there is a happy change coming after you start your new venture. So this looks like, I know we're already in a family change. So what I feel is I feel more happiness. And again, like piggybacking off of Shanti, I feel a lot of peace coming into your family. I feel things are going to start settling down.
I'm sorry?
A lot of peace. You guys are going to be able to communicate better. And people who've been hiding their feelings, it feels like probably about January-ish, they're going to start actually sharing their feelings instead of, sticking everybody out and making people wonder what they're thinking. And that's going to add more peace and more happiness, because when you communicate well, it makes it better for everybody.
Yeah,
do
for
you have any
my
questions?
family too, yeah. I'm sorry?
So I said, do you have any questions about anything?
Well, actually, I read oracle cards, and I've been doing practice readings, and today I was offered money, and it's like, But, I guess it's
Fran,
time.
remember what I said about your new venture?
Say again?
I said, remember what I said about your new venture coming?
Right, right. Well, I've got several actually, but that's just one of them. And, I guess it's, oh gosh, what is it? Imposter syndrome. You know what I mean?
Don't listen to that crap. That's all in your head. That's society conditioning. You've been doing it for a while. If you want, feel free to send me a message on Facebook and we can get together. And, if you want, you and I can talk a little bit. I can see if I can help you a little bit with your self-confidence. But yeah, don't, you've got time. So, since you brought it up, imposter syndrome, for those of you who don't know, is when you feel like you don't know what you're doing when you actually know what you're doing. Sometimes, self-esteem issues can do that. I will tell you what, Fran, I would like to offer you something. So at the beginning of this video, I had talked about Your Path to Thrive, my August alignment. That workshop is $50. It happens once a month. If you message me on Facebook, I would like to offer you the opportunity to attend that for free so we can work on getting you where you need to go.
Okay.
And I will tell you, this is a special thing I don't offer for anybody listening. And so I have not offered this free to anybody. Okay? This is just one thing that Spirit is telling me to do to help you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. However, I don't recall what you said. How do I get there and when it is and everything? Is there someone that can text me?
Sure. So you can text. Maybe I can check after the radio show, but you can also visit my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us.
Angels Always Around Us. Okay.
Yes, and you'll see it there. It's on the event page. It also has, it's got a picture of a lady kind of meditating, and she's got like some fire going on in the background behind her.
Okay.
So you'll see it there. Like I said, you can also message me, send me a message on Facebook. We'll chat. We'll get you all hooked up. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. Angels Always Around Us. I'm not where I can write it down, so I'm trying to remember. If somebody could text all that to me, that would be wonderful.
Like I said, I will check with the producer after the show.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome. And thank you very much, Fran. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. You have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And again, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. You can join me every Monday through Friday at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Angelic Morning Moments, where we will start the day off. In about 10-15 minutes, we'll do a little grounding, do a message for the day. Feel free to join me. Check out my website at Angels Always Around Us, or check out my Facebook page or YouTube at Angels Always Around Us. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day, and I will see you around.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.one. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Everyone, welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I'm a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have a certification in over a dozen healing modalities. But regardless of all of that, I usually just say I am a channel of spirit bringing messages for those who find me. And as we are waiting for a caller for tonight, I'm going to start in with a message for the collective. Take this as it's resonate, because it is for a large group of people, but the themes will be applicable to your life over the next 7 days. Immediately, we are coming up with a lot of movement coming forward. It is a great time to start planning, making those long-term plans. Now, you're planting the seeds, which is a little opposite as we're going into fall, at least in the part of the hemisphere I'm in. But if you start making the long-term plans now, you're going to build a great foundation for when the season turns again, in that not this year, but the following year. I'm seeing between the April and August timeframe. Again, this is the collective, so it is going to be spread out a little bit more. But the plans you are making now will come to fruition the following year. And sometimes we are a little bit impatient on that, but it is really about finding the right people, finding the right colleagues and coworkers, and truly finding balance as well. So over the next couple of months, it's like a purging. You got to declutter the house to bring in better and very nicer stuff, much nicer stuff. So imagine that the next few months is all about dissolving all of the negative aspects or things that you don't need, and to bring in new opportunities. So over this time period, just through the next couple of months, focus on what you actually want, whether that's in relationships, in your job, because you have what you need, right? The previous couple of years, like the previous 7 years, you have been building your skill set. You have been learning lessons, whether that's lessons on how to be a better romantic partner, how to be a better parent, or just better in your field, in your career. You have the resources, you have the skill set. So release and allow yourself to embrace what's coming forward in the future. Again, that will be within the April to August period of next year. This is the time to continue to plan. All right, so with that message, I hope that helps coming forward in the next week. And we are going to jump into our caller today. We have Karen from California. Hello, Karen. How are you?
Very nice, and thank you. And to Debdale on that, I think part of your ending message was meant for me to take to heart. Yeah, mine is relationship questions.
Yeah, you had a painful ending, haven't you? The very first card that popped up before you said anything. Yeah, it's time to embrace change. We're just going to go ahead and say that. And you are to be expecting things to get better now, especially if it's somewhat of recovering from an addiction, whether it's like codependency. Maybe you had a partner that has some negative behavior patterns and you were kind of being drugged into that as well. It seemed, okay, we're just going to start. It's the end. It has ended, and we are going to move forward. Now, since that card came out, do you have any specific questions?
Next step.
All right. Do you want to continue? Do you want to continue on the relationship path, or do you want to go into another aspect of your life and far as questions?
It feels like I'm facing a fork in the road.
Yeah, I can see that you have a lot of decision making coming forward. So let's dive into this. And if anything specific catches your ear, you want to know more, because we only have a short amount of time together, just let me know and we can stop and we can just swivel on to the next thing. All right, so previously I do see that relationship with a masculine figure that you thought was trustworthy, that was compassionate, that was respectful as well, but things have changed, things ended. It was not what you wanted. It didn't turn out how you wanted. It may have been the happy beginning, but it quickly fell apart. And as you are in this present state, as in this moment, I see a lot of fears, okay? Anxieties, worries, and you were talking about fork in the road usually, right? When we have to make decisions, our mind is moving quicker because we're trying to find the best thing possible for us. And I see underneath that you are being pulled in to two particular directions, or could be a couple more, but there's two that are really asking for your attention. That's really the root cause of the anxiousness, that tension in the body that you are currently feeling. And there is a warning here to be cautious, because you do not have all the information, especially if you're thinking about if you're trying to sign a lease on a new apartment or making some type of contract around your living space. Not everything is meets the eyes. What I'm trying to say, because Spirit is trying to say all of this at once, I'm trying to get it out. Somebody is trying to fool you right now. Okay. Actually, I do see about 2 or 3 people trying to fool you right now. So keep your discernment high. All right. The good thing I like about this is that you're smart, right? You have the skill sets to navigate all these situations. So even though you're in this period right now where you're anxious and people are trying to one up you or get the best of your situation, try to turn it in their favor, manipulation, all of that, it is temporary because you need to revise the plans that you have. You're on the right path. You have that first inkling of thoughts of what to do next, but everything else is going to change. You just have that one part, that one page, but the rest of the book is to be written. So even though it's uncomfortable to have these people around you right now that do not have your best interest, they are delaying you for you to figure out what to do next. Coming in the very near future, less than a month, you are going to have an opportunity to take a leap of faith and to follow your dreams. Now, it may be a little bit scary, but this has been coming towards you, right? We live in cycles, and you had been in a very long cycle of bad luck, of harsh lessons. So that wheel has turned back to the favorable position for you. So you get your good karma back because you have learned your lessons, you're ready, and things are going to start moving quickly for you in a positive direction. But again, you have to use your discernment in order to not get brought back into these negative people and these negative situations. And as we're moving into your dreams and your passions, right? Because you have that inkling, the thought you were thinking right now, that path, it is a small flame and it's going to grow bigger. You're going to find the right partners, the right people, the friendships to help grow your passions and your inspirations. And they will bring financial success as well, or at least some type of stability and luxury. It may not be like, hey, I'm going to become a millionaire or anything on that, but it will be like, oh, I have a little extra to go buy my favorite soap or to go just take myself out to a spa day. That luxurious kind that's not overboard. It is warning also, as well as you're coming into the upcoming months, particularly around the holiday seasons, to pay more attention to your family. Because as you step in back into the nurturing role, I do see you as a very nurturing person, but it seems like the anxieties and being stuck in your head has pulled away from how you approach your loved ones. Coming back to that and nurturing others and dealing with any type of fears, especially fears surrounding money or employment, self-employment, spending time with family will really give you that deeper understanding on how to make your dreams come true and exactly what you want. And I absolutely love this for you because I'm also feeling, I think it's a grandmother figure. Of course, sometimes spirit guides come in and sometimes past loved ones come in, but a grandmother energy is coming in. And within your heart, allow that love to just envelop you because this love of the spirit that's coming forward is so incredible and so warm. And this is energy stepping forward to say, hey, I got you. I can hold you when you're weak. When you stumble, I'm watching. I see ahead. I see farther ahead than you, but I'm going to be right behind you, taking the baby steps to make sure that you get where you want to go. Because ultimately, I see a new beginning coming up for you. Pay attention within the next 8 months. So you're going to be doing a lot of shifting from this anxiety, tension as you're right now into someone who has regained their confidence, someone who is steady and more grounded and very good with boundaries. And learning all of those things over the next 8 months, you're going to have so many opportunities. You're going to be like, yeah, I can do whatever I want. I am confident, I am graceful, intelligent, and I know when to strike, and I also know when to wait. So all this combinations of stuff is really coming to a place of peace, contentment within your home life, and also increasing your long-term plans, your abundance, your opportunities. So a little bit of patience right now. Again, watch out for deceitful people. You have that initial dream coming forward, you see it, and just know that it is coming towards you. But it's going to change significantly. But you have that first piece, and just know that this grandmother figure is coming in to really support and make sure that you move forward in the direction that is for your highest good. Does that all sound good, Karen?
Yes, blessings and thank you.
Yes. So I'm just going to give one last final message from Spirit. You do have a new person entering your life. It's not going to start out as romantic by any means, but this person will help you with your psychic abilities, will help you with your intuition, but overall help you push you into a new phase. So that is wonderful. They are going to help you reach your dreams, but just by igniting you. They're only going to be in your life just a little bit, but it's just exactly what you need to get on to the next stage.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. I hope you have a great week.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas, and welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, guardians learn how to mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. If you'd like to work with me, please visit my website at brandycon.com. So for this week's show, we are talking about the transits that we have going on this week. The energy that you have at your disposal will really be centered around Venus and Venusian principles and the energy of Venus. So let's jump right in and see what we're working with this week. So on Monday, August 25th, we did have Venus move into the sign of Leo, and Venus will remain in the sign of Leo until September the 20th. So Venus is the planet of love, beauty, harmony, and Venus thrives in Leo's fiery spotlight. This transit really encourages us to step into our glow, whether that means embracing joy or letting ourselves be admired and appreciated. It's not about quiet affection with Venus and Leo, okay? It's about grand gestures and playful energy and showing love in ways that feel vibrant and alive. Now, creativity also takes center stage under this transit because Venus and Leo invites us to express ourselves artistically and to dress with flair or simply carry ourselves with more confidence and warmth. The challenge with Venus and Leo, however, is going to be to avoid falling into ego or drama in matters of the heart. And instead, Venus and Leo teaches us to give love generously and to receive admiration gracefully and to remember that true connection isn't about performance. It's about allowing our authenticity to shine through. Now, Venus and Leo made a beautiful trine to Saturn in the sign of Aries, also on Monday, August 25th. And you will still be feeling this energy even today and tomorrow. And when we're talking about Venus and Saturn, okay, it's a really supportive cosmic alignment between the two planets. So Venus in Leo brings warmth and creativity and love and self-expression, while Saturn in Aries provides structure, discipline, and a sense of responsibility. That's a key word for Saturn, responsibility. So when we have these two planets working together harmoniously, we are reminded that love and joy are not just fleeting sparks. They become deeply meaningful when they are paired with loyalty, consistency, and integrity. So this is an energy that can stabilize relationships and support creative goals and encourage us to show up for the people that we care about in ways that truly matter. So Venus in Leo wants to play, and Venus in Leo wants to shine and to celebrate all of the good that there is in life. It's the planet of love in the sign of the performer. And it urges us, Venus and Leo urges us to live with an open heart. But Saturn and Aries, let's talk about Saturn and Aries for a second. We've got Venus and Leo, right? And then Saturn and Aries is going to ground this exuberance in a way and remind us that true fulfillment comes not just from the fun, but from the steady effort that we put into nurturing bonds, nurturing relationships, and building long-term joy. And together, they remind us that passion is the most sustainable when anchored in trust and commitment. So this transit is really ideal for deepening relationships. And those can be personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, or professional. And it supports honest conversations, heartfelt commitments, and the blending of love with accountability. So, for you creative people out there, for the artists and the entrepreneurs, or anyone with creative pursuits, this is a beautiful time to transform inspiration into tangible results. Because Venus provides the spark, and Saturn ensures that it has a lasting framework. So, things that I don't want you to do during this transit. Let's stay away from chasing drama and attention or instant gratification at the expense of losing our stability. Also, don't put off creative projects that could become truly fulfilling with a little bit of structure. And try to avoid withholding affection because love is meant to be expressed authentically and generously. So, what I do want you to do during this transit, I want you to invest time in creative projects that have long-term potential. And it's a great time to have heartfelt yet practical conversations about commitment, love, or family goals. And also, it's a wonderful time to encourage collaboration where passion and discipline can work hand in hand together. For those of you who are parents, this is how you can use this transit to your benefit. So children feeling this energy and under this energy will often seek validation and recognition, and they want to know that their efforts matter, okay? They want to be seen, they want to be celebrated, not just for their talents, but for their determination and their follow through. So this is the perfect time to praise not only what they achieve, but also the dedication they put into learning, practicing, and growing. Parents can also use this transit to model reliability and emotional steadiness. So when you show your children that love is consistent and it's not conditional and it's not fleeting and it's not dependent on them being perfect, you help them to feel more secure. So Tuesday, August 26th, Venus in Leo will trine Neptune in the sign of Aries. So let's just imagine this transit for a minute. We've got Venus, and she's radiant in Leo, and she's like a performer stepping onto a brightly lit stage. She's confident, magnetic, and glowing with the warmth of love and creativity. And across from her, Neptune in Aries rises, and it's not in his usual foggy, dreamy way, but it's more as a daring visionary. And he whispers, be brave enough to dream and bold enough to make that dream real. So together, when we've got Venus and Neptune, they create a cosmic symphony of beauty, imagination, and courage. And this is a day, today, where love is not just tender, but it's inspiring, and it's where creativity longs to come alive in the world. It's the kind of energy that reminds us that the divine speaks through music, art, storytelling, compassion, and even through the way that we love each other. So you may feel swept up in magic today, as if your heart is more open to wonder. And you may notice synchronicities or a sudden wave of inspiration that asks you to trust it and take action. Love feels poetic and compassion feels powerful during this energy. and creativity feels sacred. So this is what I want you to avoid, okay? Let's not idealize relationships to the point of ignoring red flags, okay? Love with open eyes and avoid dismissing creative or spiritual ideas as impractical because your dreams need space to grow. And don't ignore follow through. So Neptune can inspire, but without action, the magic fades. Here's what I want you to do. Okay. I want you to follow creative impulses. So paint, sing, write, play music, or simply bring beauty into your space. And spend time in meditation, in prayer, or spiritual practice to connect with the bigger picture. And allow your relationships to feel inspiring, not just routine, and show affection in a heartfelt and imaginative way. Now, for those of you who are parents, what I want you to remember during this transit, today is an opportunity to help your children see that imagination is powerful when paired with courage. Encourage them to create freely, whether that's through drawing, through dancing, through music, or storytelling. And then show them how creativity can be shared with the world. We can share it with others. This is also a beautiful day to model compassion. So let your children see you helping others and practicing kindness or turning empathy into action. This teaches them that love is not just a feeling, but it's something that you do. So by pairing inspiration, we've got Venus and Neptune with the bravery of Aries. You help them learn that their inner world of imagination and spirituality can shape the outer world in beautifully meaningful ways. Also, on Tuesday, August 26th, Venus and Leo will be opposing Pluto in the sign of Aquarius on Tuesday, August 26th. You will likely feel this for the entire week. So this is Venus and Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius, okay, for this entire week. And those of you who are going to feel this the most are those of you who have planets or angles close to the early degrees of Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, or Scorpio. So let's just talk about this transit. What does it mean for you? So imagine Venus, the planet of love and connection. Okay, let's imagine Venus, the planet of love and connection. She's standing tall and fiery Leo, and she radiates warmth, creativity, and a desire to be adored and to shine from the heart. And across the sky, we've got Pluto in the sign of Aquarius, staring back with piercing intensity. And Pluto doesn't play games. Pluto digs deep and demands transformation and exposes shadows and reminds us that real love and real connection require honesty, vulnerability, and surrender. So during this week, we can feel this tension between the heart's longing for light and the soul's call to face what is hidden. So this opposition can stir up power struggles in relationships, moments of jealousy, or the fear of losing control. Yet, it can also open a doorway to deeper intimacy and to truth and healing if we allow the discomfort to guide us. So think of it as the spotlight of Leo meeting the underworld of Pluto's collective truth. What gets illuminated may feel uncomfortable, but it's also what frees us. Love under this influence isn't about surface level harmony. It's about courageously embracing the shadows and choosing to rise stronger together. So here's what I don't want you to do. Please avoid this during this transit. Don't engage in manipulation, ultimatums, or control tactics. All of it will backfire. Also, avoid suppressing your emotions because you'll only add fuel to the fire. And try not to project old wounds onto your partner or your children or any other loved ones. Okay. But what I do want you to do, this is what I want you to do. Practice radical honesty in your relationships and share your feelings without blaming anyone. Okay. And use creativity. So use art, music, journaling to process any intense emotions that are coming up for you during this time. And allow your vulnerability to be a bridge, not a weapon. And for those of you who are parents, here are some parenting insights as we're going through this transit. So, this energy can play out in your home as power struggles between you and your child. Okay. So, you may have a child that pushes back harder than usual and really asserts their independence with a sense of fierce determination. And you, in turn, might feel the urge to clamp down and be even more controlling. But the invitation here is to pause and to remember that what seems like defiance may actually be your child's way of expressing their need for autonomy and recognition. So instead of entering a tug of war, offer your child choices within boundaries and empower them to use their voice while teaching them respect. This helps children to learn that love is not about control, okay? It's about connection, trust, and mutual growth. Also, on Thursday, August 28th, we will have Uranus and Gemini sextile Neptune in Aries. And this transit is really in effect for the entire month of August and the first half of September. Okay. And when we're talking about the energy of these planets, it's reflecting the collective energy that's active for, like I said, August and the first half of September. And we're really stepping into the energy of co-creation. So Uranus is the planet of breakthroughs and awakening. And Uranus is moving through the curious, quick thinking sign of Gemini. It's like lightning in the mind, and it sparks innovation, sudden insights, and new ways of communicating. And across the cosmic stage, Neptune in fiery Aries is whispering dreams of inspiration, courage, and spiritual leadership. So when these two make a harmonious sextile, the air crackles with possibility. Ideas are not just ideas. They feel alive, they feel visionary, and they're ready to shift the world. We're standing at a doorway where imagination meets action and where our thoughts and visions can actually spark real change. This is the energy of invention and intuition and inspired connection. Maybe you'll receive a download that shifts how you see your life. Or maybe a conversation with someone opens up a spiritual awakening for you. So Uranus says, set yourself free from outdated thinking, while Neptune reminds us, do it with compassion, vision, and faith. Together, they call us to dream boldly and then to share those dreams in ways that inspire others. So, things not to do during this transit. Don't dismiss unconventional ideas too quickly. They might be the breakthrough that you've been searching for. And also, let's try to avoid overstimulation. So, too much media, too much noise, too much busyness, too much on your to-do list can really scatter your insights. And resist clinging to rigid ways of thinking. This is a time for expansion. Things I want you to do. I want you to pay attention to sudden insights or aha moments because they may hold spiritual guidance for you. And I want you to explore creative outlets like writing, poetry, or music to channel inspiration. And lean into open minded conversations because new perspectives may awaken you during this time. For those of you who are parents, here's how to use this energy to your benefit in your parenting style. So your children may feel especially curious and imaginative under this energy, and they may be asking big questions about life, about the universe, or even about spiritual matters. So this is a wonderful time to encourage exploration. Let your children share their wild ideas, even if they sound far-fetched, because their creativity is part of how they're learning to connect with the world. And parents can help by listening without judgment and supporting their child's imaginative play, their artistic expression, or their unique way of seeing things. So the gift here is teaching children that their intuition and creativity are valuable tools, not distractions. So those are the transits for this week. That's the energy you've got at your disposal. So set your intentions to use this energy constructively. Because like I'd like to remind you, every single week, stars may guide us, but we hold the power at the end of the day. Each of us holds the power to shape our own destiny. So set your intentions, keep shining your light, radiate it to everyone you meet this week, and I'll see you back here again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world, but we won't go into that. Let's sort of kick the show off with something sort of a little bit more positive and have a little bit of fun in the next half an hour. You know, like the world's so serious that sometimes I think we need to just take a little break from reality and just sort of kick back and sort of enjoy ourselves and give ourselves a little bit of self-attention. And that's what I see these shows are about. It's nourishing the soul. You know, we have so many different great presenters here on the network that there's something there for everybody. But the most important thing is it's an opportunity to sort of just chill out, relax, enjoy yourself, and sort of let your soul sort of nourish itself again with some, you know, some really soothing information or some valuable information out of a reading or whatever the case may be. We all need to take a little bit of time out, I think, out of our busy schedules to sort of just allow our souls to just be. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Six of Cups. Now, look, this is a really bright, positive sort of card because it's a card that says the happy home and childhood memories. Now, look, there's not too many of us that don't want to live in a happy home or create beautiful memories, whether we're you know, for our children or whether we're grown up and we want to just sort of reflect back on a simpler time in life when things seem to be a lot less complicated and we were carefree and, you know, we had a great time and we played out in the street until dark, until, you know, street lights came on and we knew it was time to go home. I think the world's a very different place today. Children don't have that sort of freedom that we had in our childhood, but it's still, you know, it's their environment, it's their childhood, it's what they're going to remember as they become older people, and they're going to look back at it with fondness as we do too. So it's a beautiful card to come out because it's indicating that everything in the world or everything in your personal world may just be really nice at the moment. You know, like we can really sort of look back and sort of just take a chill pill and just enjoy the environment that's around us at the moment. It's a really, really positive card. And when I see this card come out in a reading, I always sort of smile and think, well, okay, no matter what you've been through, things are going to start to improve now. We're going to start to sort of just exhale and breathe and just be a little bit more relaxed and looking forward to some better times ahead. So it's a very positive card to come out in all these turbulent times around the world. So astrologically, of course, I say every week now it's a big week, and it is a big week, but happy birthday to all the Virgos. The sun's gone into Virgo about 3 days ago, so it's the Virgo time of the year. So what does this mean if you're not a Virgo? It means it's a time of the year where we all should start to sort of really look at our diet and our health and our lifestyle. You know, if you've been putting off going to the doctors or the dentist or having a checkup of some kind, now is the time to start looking at your physical health. Doesn't matter what your star sign is, we all need to take care of our physical health and look at what we're actually putting into our bodies. Look, I'm an advocate of, you know, what you feed your body is what your body will respond to. You know, if you have good nutrition and you look after yourself and you listen to what your body's telling you, then I think you get better longevity out of yourself by doing that. And, you know, a lot of people are very physical fitness fanatics that like to go to the gym or like to go for a walk in the park or whatever the case may be. Whatever your lifestyle is, Virgo is asking you to put it under the microscope. Look at what you can do to improve things in your life. And sometimes it can be just something as simple as changing up from not having as much sugar or carbohydrate in your diet and, you know, adding a little bit more fruit and vegetables or increasing your steps. You know, if you're trying to get physically fit or you're having trouble with your mobility, try and do a little bit more exercise every day, even if it is just walking up and down the hall. You don't need expensive gym equipment, but the Virgo time is asking you to have a good look at what are the things that are important to you and can enhance your lifestyle. So we have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands the moon. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed, that gives us our mojo, gives us, the direction that says, right, okay, let's get up off the couch. We've got things to do. With it conjunct or holding hands the moon, this means that emotions are going to be tricky for the next 24 to 48 hours. So be very, very careful of how you handle things emotionally. Yes, the energy is in Libra, so this is going to particularly affect Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Aries, but it will wash over the remaining 8 signs. So again, I'm going to stress to you, if you have an important conversation or something that you need to talk about, don't let yourself get so wound up that you're going in there like the bull in the china shop. Yes, you might need to get your point across. You might need to get it across with determination or some sort of authoritarian feel to your voice or projection, but you don't need to be bossy. You need to make sure that you do it in a way that you're not ruffling feathers, you're not upsetting people on an emotional level, and then they take absolutely no notice of anything that you might have had to say or things that you're trying to bring in. So be very, very aware of that. For those that are looking for love, Venus has actually moved into Leo. So this is a really interesting placement for Venus, because Venus is a little bit of a show off anyway. Naturally, Venus likes the finer things in life and likes things to sort of be beautiful and happy and, sensual and all those sort of things. So it really feels quite comfortable in Leo, even though it's not its own home. It feels comfortable here because the Leo energy is about strut your stuff, do it in a big way. Let's get glammed up. Let's do it in a sparkly, positive, gorgeous sort of way. So if you're seeking love, doesn't matter what your star sign is, make sure that you go to places where you can be seen. Go to the opening night of the latest theatre production, or the opening night of the latest movie, or go to an event where there's lots of people and there's going to be people that are sort of mingling around with cameras and things like that. You don't want to go down to the local sporting match. That's not exactly what I'd term as glamorous. Some people might call it glamorous, but you usually don't get all dolled up or all prettied up to go down to the local baseball match or the local football match or gridiron or league match here in Australia. You tend to go in comfortable clothing to sit in the stands and cheer your team on. So we're looking for sort of more glamorous sort of spots, that if you're looking for love, that's what you need to be looking for. But also be aware that other people might be out just strutting their stuff too, sort of like looking for love, but it's a very superficial way. It's like, look at me, aren't I glamorous, aren't I gorgeous? But I'm not necessarily looking for a relationship. So just err on the side of caution, but make sure that you're out in places where there's crowds of people and people are sort of out having a good time and everybody's there for a purpose. We have Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion, has moved into Cancer. Now, look, my inbox has been full over the last few weeks for Cancerians sort of asking me what on earth's going on. I feel so uncomfortable. Nothing seems to be going right. It's because Jupiter here, even though it's a positive sort of energy, is stirring things up. And for Cancers, we know that they like to do things in their own time. They like to do it when it suits them, not necessarily because somebody's pushing and shoving at them from behind. And it's not saying that there can't be great opportunities there. What I'm suggesting for those that are feeling a little bit uncomfortable, particularly the Cancerians, that is just take a chill pill. Like you don't have to do it all today. You don't have to do it all tomorrow. You can spread it out over the next 9 to 12 months. It's just sort of trying to stir the energy up to show you that there's big opportunities out there, and don't sort of get all shy and nervous and whatever and retract into your shell and waste these opportunities that are coming up. If you're feeling uncomfortable, take a step back, take a day off, and come back and look at it again tomorrow. There's big opportunities there connected with work and things like that, and it's really good and it's really positive. So don't waste these things that are coming your way. You've got about another 9-10 months of this energy, so it's just sort of starting to really bed in. So it really is affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn. So it's a really positive, connected time of the year for you. Uranus is the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is sitting in Gemini. Now, anytime we have Uranus in a chart, and Uranus moves very slowly, it takes 84 years to do its circuit of the zodiac. So it's going to sit in Gemini for a very long time, around 7 or 8 years by the time he goes forward and backwards a few times. So the Gemini energy here likes things to be a little bit unpredictable. people anyway. They're sort of always on the move. They're always looking for something different to do. They don't like to feel too grounded. So they're not going to feel that uncomfortable with the Uranus energy here. The only way that they're going to feel uncomfortable is if Uranus comes along and shakes things up that they weren't expecting, or they didn't anticipate, or they hadn't decided by themselves that this is what they wanted to happen. So you need to be very careful, because Uranus is not that long gone into Gemini. And this is when the biggest momentum, I suppose, of the energy is felt, because after it settles down a little bit, we get a little bit used to it, that we can almost predict it, even though Uranus is very unpredictable, but we don't feel as threatened by the energy. So it's a good time to shake things up, Gemini. And particularly, if you're an air sign, it's Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Lots of things can come out of nowhere. And it's a time where, you could be feeling like you're in a rush, and all of a sudden, 3 or 4 job opportunities come on the horizon, and you had nothing last week, and you were just feeling sort of really flat and really uncomfortable. And so they're the sort of things that can happen. But I must warn you, be very, very careful what you verbalize, what you send out to the universe, because the universe is listening. The universe doesn't have a filter on things and says, oh, they're just in a bad mood today and they don't like the job today, but they really do like it. The universe hears, I hate my job. And that's all the universe hears. And then the universe says, well, I'll get rid of it for you. So you need to be very, very careful in how you're verbalizing things or how you're sending things out to the universe, because the universe is listening. And it's a time when things can happen out of nowhere, and it can be very, very, very positive for you. So don't always look at Uranus as being negative. I look at it as like a bolt of lightning striking the ground. It's positive. It clears the air. It moves things along at lightning pace. It moves things along. And sometimes, it may not look like it's for your own good, but it ends up being for your own good. Now, I've had lots of questions this week about the 2 retrogrades, or the 2 major retrogrades that are going on at the moment. People sort of get a little bit uncomfortable. They hear of a planet going retrograde and all of a sudden they think the world's going to stop. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. It's like sort of looking at 2 speeding trains, or 2 trains passing each other. You don't sort of feel as if one's moving and one's going forward and one's going backwards. Well, that's sort of like the energy of how a retrograde works. The planet doesn't physically, literally go backwards. It seems to go backwards in the atmosphere, and that's why we call it a retrograde. Now, the first one I'm going to talk about is Saturn. Now, Saturn is retrograde at the moment in Aries. Now, Saturn's just moved into Aries a few months ago, so it's really still trying to find its feet. So a lot of Aries people and a lot of fire sign people, so I'll go through those signs first off. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra have been feeling like that there's been sort of a bit of restriction in their life, as if they've really got to sort of knuckle down, sort things out, get some routines, really become very stable and sort of almost become a grown-up in some cases. It's like, these are the things that I've got to do. But it's also been asking them to do it for themselves. It's a very selfish sort of energy. Sort yourself out first before you can start giving advice or trying to sort other people out. And that's sometimes a little bit difficult for an Aries, because they don't like to be told what to do. They certainly don't like restrictions in their life, and they certainly will go out of their way to break any restrictions that are holding them back. So feeling like sort of somebody's telling them what to do or restricting them in some ways makes them feel uncomfortable. Now, this retrograde will change energies at the end of August. So the 31st of August, or August 31, which is only days away, it will move back into Pisces. Now, it's going to stay in Pisces until the end of the year. So this is really, really interesting, because it feels sort of like 1 minute we're sort of telling ourselves that we've got to take notice of me, myself and I, and then the next minute it moves back into Pisces, where it will stay until the end of the year, where it's asking you then to sort of get more into your spiritual side, into your psychic side, into your sort of, understanding the triggers and the things that are happening. And it's sort of like the last little bout of sorting out what we never sorted out while Saturn was in Pisces. So when it moves into Pisces on the 31st, it will then start to affect the water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. So there'll be some adjustments. There'll be things there that still need to be sorted out. There'll be things there that you thought you'd tidied up or sorted through or reorganized your life or looked at things in a much more spiritual way or a much more way of, that you thought you'd enhanced all your capabilities and all the energies of the previous 11 signs, and you thought you were on the right path. It's like a little bit of just going back and having a look in the rear vision mirror and just going tick, tick, tick. Hang on a minute, I haven't finished that. Let's address that. Let's sort things out so that we complete everything that Saturn needed to do in Pisces. The other retrograde I want to talk about is Neptune. Now, Neptune's been in Aries, and it will be there. It'll be there for a little while, but it's going to move back into Pisces as well. But that won't be till much later in the year, around about October. So let's just focus on Neptune in Aries. And it will be retrograde until December. Neptune in Aries is asking us to sort of really look at the things that we value. Neptune can be a little bit of an illusion or delusion planet. It's not necessarily deluding us. Sometimes it can be, but it's also about asking you to reorganize the way that you look at the world. Don't look at everything through fairy floss pink eyes. Look at things through reality. Sometimes the reality is sometimes people aren't that nice, or sometimes we need to make changes that we know is going to hurt or upset somebody else, but there's no other way around it. It's like, this is what's got to happen. It's like tough love. We've got to dish it out because this is the way we're going to get the results in the longer term, which will be much more beneficial to everyone. So when a planet goes retrograde, it seems like the energy sort of wanes a little bit. It doesn't actually. In my opinion, it intensifies. So with Neptune here, it's asking you to go into your soul, and particularly if you're an Aries, Sagittarius or Leo or the opposite sign of Libra, it's washing over all the other 8 signs, I must say, for both of these retrogrades, but it's asking you to look at what it is that you're responsible for. What is it that you can do that can change the world? It's really, really important that you start to look at things in a very, very different way. That, you can't always be selfish and self-absorbed. Sometimes we've got to put ourselves in the position of someone else. So I hope that you've enjoyed that segment on the astrology, and particularly on the retrogrades, because there's a lot there to unpack. You might need to go back and watch the show again to sort of get the full value out of that. Anyway, we're going to talk with Veronica in Orenville. I won't even try and pronounce it, in Michigan. Are you there, Veronica?
Ortonville. Hello.
Wonderful. Hi, sweetie. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer?
Oh, I guess I'm kind of going through a lot of stuff this year in my life and my home life and with my well-being, and so I feel like I'm kind of in a holding pattern, or I just maybe need to kind of go with the flow with everything that's swirling around me.
Yeah, that's probably one way of looking at it, Veronica. Look, I'm sorry that you've been going through so much, but what sort of stands out to me is, on an energetic level here, is it's like I feel soul tired. It's like I feel exhausted on every level, and it's like you've done so much over a long period of time for everybody else, and it's like, where's the couch? I just want to sit down and do nothing.
Yes,
and it's like
absolutely.
You almost don't allow yourself to do that, though. It's like, because you're so used to running and doing and being busy and all the time, to sort of allow yourself to sit down and say, I can have 5 minutes, is almost so foreign to you that it's almost like, well, I really can't afford to do that. I should be doing this, or I should be doing that. And it's like, no, I want to say to you, we need to be able to do this, because if you don't start to do this, sweetie, you are going to start to find that physical health will start to not function the way that it should, or that you want it to, because everything is running on fumes. We can't keep running on fumes. And it's hard when you've always been a doer and you've always given and helped everybody else, to put yourself at the front of the queue. But this is what you're being asked to do, is put yourself at the front of the queue. If there's something left over, or some energy or some time left over, then we can look at someone else. But if you don't put yourself first and look after you, then you can't help anybody else, because there won't be enough of you to go around. And it's interesting, because I feel that there's a lot of psychic energy around you, and it's like that too is just sort of like it's running on fumes. It's like I don't even get, the gut feelings that I used to get, or, the knowing of something. It's like, oh, okay, I've got to make a decision. And it's like that takes every bit of your energy, because there's nothing left. And I understand what you're going through. And it's really difficult when you've been such a giver, as I said, to sort of start to put yourself first, because it feels uncomfortable. It feels foreign. It doesn't feel right. It's almost like you feel guilty for giving yourself 5 minutes to sit on the couch. And you've got to literally train yourself to do this. It's like we've got to learn a whole new set of skills.
Right.
And once you start to do it, it will become a little bit easier. But I'm saying it takes time, and it takes a lot of conscious when I had to first start learning this, because I'm like you, I gave to everybody else and never gave to myself. I used to sit there with my timer and put 5 minutes on the timer and make myself sit on the couch.
Yeah, there you go.
And then when it went off, I get up and I go and do whatever again. And I learned to do that because it was forcing me to do something that wasn't natural to me. And once you start to do that, you'll find then that other answers will come. You will start to get your intuition back. You'll start to get energy back. You'll start to get dreams, all those sort of things. And, they're showing it to me as being urgent, Veronica, that you haven't got much time, because 2026 is going to be a year of action again. And I want to see you back to your maximum again, that you can go and enjoy life and, have everything come towards you and get out of bed of a morning where you've got energy. And it's like, it doesn't matter what nutrition you're putting into your body at the moment, it's being gobbled up because it's trying to keep you going, and that's what I'm saying. Little pockets, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there will make a world of difference. And learn to say no without an explanation. The answer is no, I can't do that.
I did take some time to sit outside the other day for a few minutes, but we had mold in our house, and so I'm running this whole project, remodeling, and we had to remediate. And I feel like if I don't do this, who's going to do it? So
and that wouldn't be helping your health either, with having mold in the house either. All of those things together collectively aren't helping. But, you've got to start doing this, because next year is a year where it's your turn to shine. And I want to see you sort of feeling really well and ready to do so. But I know that good things are coming back towards you. You're on the right path. You're acknowledging what's happening. That's the first step, is acknowledging it. Then the second step is putting it into action. And it is hard. And, you mightn't be able to manage 5 minutes. You might only be able to manage 2 minutes, but that's okay. We can build up to 5. And we can go to 10. Wow. And that'll be really important.
I'm cognizant of that, but I am also concerned about the amount of money that's going out the window with everything that we've had to do this past year. But I know it's, God's got me, and I'm trying to relax and know that it's all gonna work itself out.
Yeah, it all will work out in the end, but it's stressful at the time when you're seeing it just disappearing out of your bank account, of course. But no, it's for a better purpose, because once the house is finished and everything's done, then that's something we can cross off the list, and we can focus on other things for next year.
Right. Okay.
Okay, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it. It's lovely to talk with Veronica. We're going to talk with Suzanne now in Los Angeles in California. Are you there, Suzanne?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm fine, thank you.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yeah, it's my birthday, so I'm so grateful.
All right, well, happy birthday for that.
Yeah, I have 3 major issues going on. I lost my mom last year, and there were some issues as with my brother, and some issues that were taken out that were missing.
Right. I'm sorry that you lost your mum, Susan. It's always a very difficult time when we have a loss like that. And is your brother deliberately doing these things to sort of stress you out? Because that's what I feel.
Well, he brought back some of the things. I've been the one with the advisor. My mom had an advisor of packing up her things, and then there was a huge water leak. But in the meantime, last year, I had put, and it belonged to my aunt. It's all sentimental. It was a big crystal bowl, and then my grandmother's had like 2 silver platters. There were 3, 2 that were my grandmother's, and one was just an aluminum one. And they were there on a on a Saturday at 5 o'clock when I left the house. And when I came back, and the only people that had the key to the house was me and my brother. The advisor didn't have a key. I met him back there, and the advisor sent me into the back bedroom to check out, to see, to pack some of my mother's, personal belonging, clothes, and whatso. And I was there for like 3 hours. When I came back, I said, "Where's the bowl? Where's the platter?" And he acted very ruffled, like I ruffled his feathers. And he was doing something that in my head, I said, either my brother has it, or the advisor has it, or he called my brother to come and pick it up. And it's made me crazy because I can't figure out which one of those. I don't know if you have any feeling who has it. And an egg is missing too.
I actually feel your brother's got it, and he's done it on purpose.
Oh, he took the bowl and...
Yeah.
He did it to upset me.
Yes, exactly. That's why I said he did it on purpose. He did it on purpose to upset you because he knew how important they were to you. It's not that he wants them or he's going to use them. It was just to have one up on you, like, I've got it and you haven't.
Well, he has a partner. He has a partner he's been with. My brother's a senior. He's in his 70s. Mid-70s. And, well, I'm a senior too. But he has a partner that's 87. And she has a very huge family. So I was thinking he did it for her because everything he set aside is stuff that she would want, But
no, okay.
I don't know. And I'm sure I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say that's not fair, though, because that was, the female side of your side of the family where it's been passed down from. So it should have then technically gone to you, not him.
Yeah. No, I understand. I don't know. We're arguing over a piano that my mother wanted my daughter to have. And he said he wants it for sentimental reasons. He had no reason. He didn't have a great relationship with my mother. I was like her main caregiver besides the caregiver that she had.
Right.
So it was. Yeah, it's hard because there was negligence involved with her, and my mother would have still been here. My mother just passed away at 99 years old, so that was and the doctor said she was very healthy. But you feel my brother has the bowl and the platter?
I do feel he has, and I feel he's done that on purpose because he knows it's going to upset you. Whether he's given it to his partner and she's distributed it to someone else in the family, I don't feel so. I feel he's got it in a cupboard, locked away, that packed up so nobody can see it. And I feel it's sort of like, well, I've got that and you can't have it. It's very childish, because he knows it's important to you. He's just going out of his way to try and aggravate you. Look, I think things will sort themselves out. I do actually think your daughter will end up with the piano because I don't think he's got anywhere to put it. So that's a good thing. But you will get those things back.
No, he wants me to bid on the piano that my mother wanted to give to my daughter. The piano's like 40 years old. It's not a 50 years, it's
but I do think your daughter will end up too. But I do think the things are going to come back. Unfortunately, Suzanne, that's where I've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show, but I wish you well with this. It's always interesting when you've got family issues with, wills and things like that. It's a very complicated matter, and it's something that really brings out the worst in people as well as the best in some cases. But anyway, we're going to leave that topic alone now. I'm going to leave you with the song of the week, and this is a very old song and a very, very beautiful song, and it's just one of those songs that makes your heart sing and takes you back to a simpler time in life when things were less complicated, and maybe they were better when we look backwards than what they are today. So I'm talking about the one and only Barbra Streisand and The Way We Were. What a beautiful movie that was with Robert Redford. It's one of my favourites. I could go back and watch it anytime. So enjoy The Way We Were with Barbara Streisand. Until next week, bye for now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. I am Robin. Nice to see you here. Sorry, that intro really gets me smiling and gets me excited. So I don't know if y'all get to see that, but wow, with me watching it's like, whoa, it's so fun. Anyway, I am a healer, and that looks different for everybody because I'm outside of modalities. So whatever you're looking for, that's what I'm able to give you at the time. But it doesn't always look like what you're looking for, but it is what you need to move forward in your healing. So just be aware of that. And we're going to do the same. I'm just going to provide light for the collective, although next week I am going to take a call. So if you're interested on being in the show, please call in and let them know. Let me just give you a quick thing. If you like what I do and you want something more personal, I am doing a live group event on June 18th, which is next Saturday. It'll be June 28th. June 28th at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to join some other like-minded people and receive some healing light, and hopefully I'll be able to give you a read while you're there. I'll get to as many as I can in the hour. Go to my website if you would like that, or if you'd like a one-on-one session. My website is robinchaney.com, and Chaney is spelled like it is on the screen there. And I've gotten some good feedback from these shows, so I'm excited to just offer a little more. So next week I will be open to reading somebody on air and giving them direct healing. So yay, if you're interested, please call in. So let's go ahead, because I always run out of time. So let's go ahead and get started. So if anybody is interested in getting healing tonight, please go ahead and think of something in your life that you want to improve, whether it be health. If you have a headache, let's take that headache away. If you have some chronic illness, let's help with those symptoms. Let's start moving you towards the, healing of those. If you need some insight, it's like whatever you don't feel is going your way in your life, let's go ahead and think about that and set that as your intention for your healing tonight. And let's get started. So go ahead and get into a comfortable position. And on the count of 3, let's take a deep breath in. So 1, 2, 3, deep breath in. And release. And let's go one more time on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. And release. Lovely. Okay, it feels like I want to stretch and move around a little bit just to open up some of the energy flow. All right, so here comes the light. I call it light because it looks like the light as it's going through your bodies. And when I'm working with the collective like this, I don't actually see individual bodies unless they pull me into some